Hello everybody, welcome back to Whelpville. Something brand new, well, especially kind of new for me because the last time I painted a WarCrow figure, that's Corvus Belli, that's not Infinity. We're talking like 2003 or something, maybe 2004. So that's over 20 years. I'm not good at math, but it sounds like over 20 years. We actually have ourselves several. We got these two Warg Riders. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So yeah, these are the two Warg Riders here. Now this one is mostly their base. I added Make It Epic basing skulls there. Here we just did the tree bark. Kind of the same thing, right, Blades? Great to see you too there, Landrast. So Blades, yeah, actually I think it was like 11:30 something. Blades, yeah. Yeah, Armored Wolf. Now the it's interesting. These things go together in a very different way. Like the arm and the reins here are like one piece. There, it's kind of weird how they did this. There wasn't a lot of mold lines, I have to say. Definitely better than the Conquest resin for sure, no doubt about that. So Blades, yeah, this is we were working on these spacescapes last night. Now this, where's the one? Oh yeah, this one. So this is this was the first time we did like a landscape spacescape. Now, what I want to do on another one, the next set that we do, I want to kind of do something like this, but it'll be a water or ice surface or something like that, and we'll reflect what's in the sky in the water or whatever, because we haven't done that with a spacescape yet. And I did that on a couple of old ones way back in the day, so I think you're going to see some more stuffs like that probably on the next one there. So great to see you there, Blades. Maybe wait till there's more folks, Blades, and then share some stuff in the chat. So Landris, how is the printing going? I know that what desperate times call for desperate measures. I looked to see how long it was going to take to print out that basically the whole tower citadel type thing from Dark Realms, and it said something like 501 hours. Hey there, Camda. So yeah, that would let's see. Now we're even with let's just say 20 hours a day the printer is going. That's 10 days. Oh, they'd be like that's like 100 days worth of printing right there. So that's not going to happen. So I'm glad that you're kind of down to the smaller pieces. Great to see you there, Camda. Now everybody, please also give Canda Paints a follow. So I mean, if you guys wanted to share stuff in the chat. I mean, there's some folks here, but maybe again, maybe wait a little bit before you share stuff, so that you get maximum viewage there. Nice to see you again there, Valdi. So Valdi, we were just showing some of the spacescapes that we were painting in last night's stream. Another set of four, based on again. This was the original 11 by 14 of this was painted on the Patreon page, and then we added the oils last night. We chopped them into four pieces. Right, there's another one of our four right there. So it's been very fun working on these. So again, Camda, Blades, you guys want to share stuffs, please go ahead. And we're just going to keep doing this. Now we'll probably paint the other one tomorrow on our Saturday stream there, most likely. Everybody check out the Insta link that Camda just shared. And again, Blades, if you want to share something. Actually, now, Blades, if you had a chance to, I don't know, have you actually had a chance to stream in the last week? Now, today I was doing the forced march to the post office, so if anything was going on during the day, I didn't see anything. Because that was the 6 mile hike there to the post office. And again, everybody please give Camda and Blades some follows there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. And Baldy, you know, if you wanted to share something in the chat, please feel like you can do that too. So again, you got yourself some Insta links to check out there. Yeah, I'm just trying not to snap things off here for starters, just because. So yeah, Canada, that was really weird. Now I don't know if you've seen how I think I've got. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, we bring the dark color this way, but then I also go this way with it. So you see how we got these angled brush strokes here? So we kind of go this way, this way, this way, and then I wipe a little bit of the paint off the brush, and then we start going this way. So it's not only just this way, because you'll pretty much wipe out the white all the time. You have to kind of go back and forth both ways. So hopefully that makes a little more sense there, Camden. Because I was looking at that going, yeah, even Egyptian Violet wasn't doing that right with, on what is this back here? Okay, it's another, oh, that's what that is. Okay. Now I see what that is. I'm glad that you've had a chance to do a little bit of streaming there, Blades. Again, I know it's been kind of a wild, topsy-turvy several weeks there. Let me... No, that's a little bit too long. Oh, what the heck? Maybe we'll just go with it anyways. Where's my other one that I had last night? I'm looking for my one little... We'll use this filbert here. Right now, let me get this going here. A little bit of the not radiant violet there. Start getting some of our lights in here. Like this. So there is a whole head right here, bony head. And there we go. More here. What about no? That would be more of a metal. These guys have these crazy kind of bone heads. They're bone heads. Yeah. These I'm guessing they're well again they're supposed to be wargs, which is just it is very ironic because I was printing out tons of wargs for the army painting series. Oh, that's right. After these two are done, I was hoping to experiment with some of the dirty down, especially the blood drip stuff. I think that would be super appropriate because again, we're going to be putting the snow on the bases, and it's always neat to have the blood kind of going into the snow, kind of like a snow cone or a slushy, I guess. Either way. Okay, fine. We'll just put this over here. So that's all going to be metal there, not here. Not that. That might also. Yeah, that looks like more like antler slash bone, whatever. Here as well. Let's do that. I'm pretty sure these are 60 mil bases. They could be bigger. They could be 70s, but my guess is that they're 60 mil. Anything else here? Sure. Some more over here. Over there. And then we'll come back in with we'll come back into this with some of our glazy stuff. We got Asphaltum out on the palette. We got a couple of guests, a couple of special guests out on the palette there, so to speak. Now this got to get real dry and brushy here. Real dry and brushy on this. Also, look at this. Just 2 fingers on that brush. Super light grip there. Armored wolf. As far as for Ursa there, there won't be the whole. Okay, I gotta paint a million trophies this year, right? I don't think that's gonna have to happen this year. I just remember not all that long ago having there was a lot of stuff that had to be painted for Ursa for the contest. I guess will you be able to take stuff to LVO to work on? That was the other thing I was trying to spit out there. Couldn't quite think of what it was because the brain does not do brain things anymore. The brain is just, it's retired. It just decided, like, nope, we're not doing this. Whatever this was, we're not doing this anymore. Actually, Camda, what's interesting is with some paints, well, especially the Alkids there, Camda, that'll happen even with my hot press watercolor board. So if you were using watercolor paper, that was yeah, that was definitely like a paper towel right there. I was sponging it all up for sure. Because there'll be times, Camda, when I'm doing one of the color chart things, and I get down to that fifth chart or something like that, Camda, and all of a sudden, that stuff's been sitting around a while. We'll put it that way, and then it starts getting a little bit interesting trying to move that stuff across. Now, again, we're going to be hitting this with some other glazy things too. Not to worry. Again, all this kind of stuff down here on the base that was added. That was added via some Make It Epic basing bits. Fabulous Make It Epic basing bits. Now this also seems more like bone and less like, actually all of this stuff seems more like leather and bone. So I think that's how we're gonna have to view this for the most part and treat this, a lot of this stuff here. Better get that a little more. I was also thinking we want to maybe do some kind of war paint or whatevs on the wargies there. There was, oh geez, I don't think I have my references anymore, do I? Maybe I do. These were speaking of wargs. Hey there, Valfira. I was actually trying to hope to start a little bit earlier, Valfira, but maybe something like this here. I think that is the direction we are going to go. Yep, and then we got the Maori tats on them there. Again, that was a little bit like this right here. So I think that's maybe what we're gonna do. They already have them in blue. We're gonna do them in brown. Just kind of, well, it's kind of the same thing with the conquest ones. So great to see you there, Valfira. I hope that you do it well. So yeah, blades. We actually painted a bunch of those on stream. I think I did one as a tutorial vid for the Patreon page, and then all the rest painted on stream. I don't know if those are up on the new YouTube channel. Actually, in about 45 minutes, I think Aragorn is going to be going up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So great to see you there, Valfira. Actually, well, geez, I guess this is kind of allergy season, right, Valfira? I was just, oh well, yeah, it's August, September for was it hay fever or something like that? I forget what the various allergy seasons are. I'm gonna throw a little something there. Okay, so I think we're getting there. Maybe we do a little bit more here. So these are some brand new miniatures here by Corvus Belli. Now they hadn't done WarCrow figures since the early 2000s. So these are some of the brand new WarCrow figures. And the last time I can remember painting one of these was probably 2002 or 2003 maybe. Maybe 2004. And again, math, not my strong suit, but my math tells me that's over 20 years. These, I do actually have WarCrow figures from 20 years ago. No, 20 plus years ago. I believe, yeah, those are in the garage actually. Old metal figures. All right, now get this out of here. Okay, good. Okay, we have our asphaltum. Do we use you? Ah, whatever. Oh, that's where you went. So yeah, this is one of the not filberts I was. Yeah, that's what is that what we're gonna have to call flat brushes, not filberts? Nope. Like it says in the like it says there in the introduction, painting some new Warg Riders there. Now the asphaltum, some of this, maybe a little more thinner here. Nice to see you there, Michael. Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. So, Michael, you want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. So yeah, that was yeah, we first started doing the miniature painting thing back around 2001. Now again, we're gonna just do a glazy thing here, but we are at times, like here, gonna be willing to let that mix. Gonna let it mix together to actually kind of lighten that up. So here we're actually allowing things to mix together until we come back and we grab some more of the asphaltum to rosa mix, and then that, well, that changes it back to something a little bit darker. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that I almost said Art of Michael. Sorry about that, Michael Paints Minis. And also give Michael Paints Minis a follow while you're at it. Nice to see you there, Bearded Celt. Everybody also please give Bearded Celt a follow. So Celt, if you wanted to post some stuff in the chat, please feel like you can do that. Actually, Bearded Celt, were you going to be streaming later tonight? Or did you already finish your stream? Probably already finished that. So oils are the original speed paint, wouldn't you say, Velfera? Yeah, that other stuff is all just fakery and mockery. Yeah. Oils are the original speed paint. Sometimes we do pre-glaze. When we're using the alkyds like this, that's not going to work. So we do the lighter dry brush stuff. And then we do stuff like this. So this is almost like the reverse of pre-glaze. In some ways, the thought process still the same. But all of this is wet. Everything that is on here is wet, which is why as I do this, that lighter dry brush stuff that I put on there, that is mixing. And that doesn't happen with speed paints or slap chop or chop slaps or whatever the heck that whatever that stuff is they talk about, right, right, Camda? Again, everybody please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Well, everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow. Bearded Celt is streaming right now. Go bring up Bearded Celt also in your feed. Have all the streams going on. So, well, Bearded Celt, I was like, Do you want to share what you're doing on stream? But I think you're kind of occupied with the stream itself. Now, of course, if you're like Velfira and the autocorrect monster unjustly modifies your post, I think you took vengeance on him a couple of times last night too, didn't you, Velfira? So there's there is the autocorrect monster. I think Paintwater Small A is also streaming right now. Or is it Drink Your Paint Water Live? I think it's Paintwater Sommelier might be streaming right now. So yes, indeed. There's a little bit of revenge for Valfira. Again, if all kidding aside, if the chat thing, whatever, alters your post, we want to expose the autocorrect monster because he is the bringer of keyboard evil or keyboard weevils, either way. I mean, it could go either way on that. But you want to definitely expose him to the light of day because he likes to, as you see, stay in the dark corners and mash away at keyboards there. Now over here, yeah, we're gonna go with that. We'll go with that. A little bit of Van Dyke Brown. That's the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, by the way. That's the genuine article there. So Michael Paints, I guess now that we're a few weeks removed from ReaperCon and all that good stuff, are you pretty much fully recovered post ReaperCon? And I guess now, based on this last ReaperCon, will you be adding some different classes, or are you gonna for next year? Yeah, see, we're already talking about next year. Camden, all kidding aside, Ryan and I, I think two other folks, we really did kind of parse this out to see is it faster, and I mean all three of us had significant increases in efficiency. I mean, for me, I know it was a massive increase in efficiency, which that's what we want, right? So yeah, Velfir, we've got the Paynes Gray from Williamsburg, aka Indigo. And we've got the Van Dyke Brown over here. Actually, we got the Mars Yellow Deep from Williamsburg out here. We got a bunch of different ones. So Camden, there's some things like, say, the Zygomores. Now that is something where doing the pre-glaze approach, that is going to save time. I think with the... Do I have some of them? Here we go. I think you could still say that these also would be a time saver here. Your, I almost said Osculiath. No, your Osiarchs. Yeah, that would not be Osculiath. That would be Osiarchs. Let me just go look at my reference. Super. Okay, so that is bone. All right, that confirms it for me. Let's see. Actually, Michael, that's a pretty important thing. I'm not sure, that you never know how people perceive something when you write it out and stuff, but that is, I think, something that people really do need to consider, right, Michael? I would think for sure. So Velfira, we're doing the dark primer method here on ships that are virtually white. So that ship is virtually white, and we still did the dark primer because remember, Velfira, the oils they're not like acrylics. With acrylics, that might be troublesome. I mean, well, even here, look at this, right? Even our bright bright areas of object source lighting in the book. That was primed every bit as actually it was the same color as the base right there, Velvira. So yeah, that is again with the oils, it's kind of irrelevant. I suppose with acrylics that would make a difference. Thank goodness we're not using those. Yeah, we'll leave it. We'll leave it like so. Let's get So this is the Van Dyke Brown, which actually is looking all. And now this is the Alkyd Van Dyke Brown from that's from Windsor Newton. There, the Griffin Alkyds. So again, we use the darker primer on everything. Doesn't matter whether it's going to be late, ultimately, or whatever. Because again, the oils, they're going to cover everything. Yeah, like where's our oh, here we go. So right there, we got a white scar. Well, yeah, that white paint, plus say something like your brilliant yellow pale, those kind of things. Well, even the Mars yellow deep, that's going to cover really, really, really well. Nature of the beast there. So now those were kind of the paints, kind of the snazzier paints, right? Camda, the language there. Hopefully that means you can maybe get your mitts on the Williamsburg stuff maybe a little easier, as in less expensive maybe. And I think I should put the caveat in what do I mean by easier. I'm trying to think what was another thing that had some really light stuff that we well I mean again those last few and even what was it? Oh yeah, the Fey bust there. You know what? Let me get this little touch of that. Yeah, that's our Perline black there. That's fantastic, Camda. So Velfir, there's another thing too that this method has an advantage over. What don't we need with this method, Velfira, that you actually sent me? Remember you sent me a bunch of them? Yeah, don't need to worry about makeup sponges. So that's kind of the other plus of this method, and it does tend to be, ironically enough, much less messy. But again, there are certain things that you can do with the pre-glaze stuff that you can't necessarily do here. And again, if I was doing Ossiarch figures, now of course if it's a chariot or something like that, and there's no way I'm going to be able to get to some parts of it, well, that's going to be dark primer, and that was like here with there's areas that are almost impossible to reach. That means dark primer. Now it really is. It's wild, right, Camda? Now again, if I was doing pre-glaze, I would have pretty much been using things like Van Dyke Brown, because staining color there. Maybe some more of the Perline Black, also a staining color that is that dark green. Probably using some Mars Black. Maybe just sure, maybe tossing a little bit of Indian Yellow there and there and here and there, because also a staining color. And we're doing this now. Do we? Yeah, we got some chains over here. So these are now. I don't know. They're new, but by new, I don't know. I'm sure these are latest release new. I mean, are they just came out 2 weeks ago new? I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure these were introed at. Let me try this. They were introed at Gen Con. Or were they introed at? No, they weren't introed at Adepticon. Let's. Oh, I don't have a Prussian blade. We'll have to maybe bring out the Prussians later. This is not militaristic enough. We need to bring out the Prussians. Now, see there again. That paint is mixing. Actually, I did have fromage today. Blades. It wasn't much. It was just a few pieces of cheese there, but fromage was had. So yes, we were not negligent in our fromage duties. There, we had our fromage. All right, and you can see here. Look, see how that's not so shiny anymore. What does that mean? That means that paint is starting to set, which is what we want to see. We'll probably be doing a refresh or two on our medicine. Again, this is our alternate type of medicine. This is not our usual medicine. This is the let's not try to sleep stream medicine. That would be that's courting a little bit of Wisconsin disaster, right, Valfira? That is now what is it? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it was it's like a pretzel or something like that, and I think it's covered in like a honey mustard or something. Yeah, you'll probably get attacked by bees, right, Valfira? That's if you're having anything that's honey mustard, because the mustard will join forces with the bees, and then it will just attack you. Now here again, we're look at this. Look at that. See, that is we're letting that blend with the lighter stuff that's out here. That's why we don't do the whole dead zenithal thing. There's no zenithal priming or any nonsense like that. No need. There is no need to spend all that extra time doing something like that. Gotta maximize your time. Don't want to be wasting your time. Again, on stuff that you're just gonna paint over anyhow. And again, that is getting lighter. Because guess what? We've got ourselves some opaque lighter paint there to play with. It's like we just kind of left it there. We left it there for the next thing to come along and mess around with it. So we're going to leave that do its thing there as well. Here, let me go into this and then into this a little. We got Payne's Gray. We got this as in Indigo. Now, we're not going to spend a whole bunch of times on things like the rocks. Why? Because snow and blood effects. And again, both of these guys, because yes, there's two. We're going to try the dirty down stuff on them. So once these are all dry, it's another reason why we're using mostly the alkyds. We want them to dry fast so that we can get in there and play with them later on. So here's the other one. And in all likelihood, we'll be painting this tomorrow on the Saturday stream because it's still Friday here. We still got ourselves 25 minutes of Friday, right, Nurgle Matthew? How you doing? Great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So Nurgle Matthew, we had fun. 4 more spacescapes. Now that again, the next set of spacescapes, what I want to do, and I was showing that earlier. look at that. See how that's blending right there? That is doing some blending. Where's the one with the... here we go. So this was our first planetscape, spacescape. I want to do another one where it's basically water here, and all of this would be reflected down in the water. So that's going to be our next, for our next Thursday stream. We're going to give that a shot. But for us to do that, I actually have to get down there and do more spacescapes with the airbrush, because we basically used up all the ones I did in the Patreon video. There's one I'm saving for a Patreon video where we kind of do the same thing, where we actually, I might do that too, the reflective water thing. Who knows? Maybe we do that on our Patreon vid too. Okay, so I think we've got almost everywhere some of our darker glazes. Now, in this area here, not super critical because snow. We're mostly going to be covering all that stuff in snow, so we don't need to worry too much about this here. Not very much. So again, great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. And of course, hopefully everybody has had themselves a fantastic Friday. Yeah, we'll get more of this going in here. Over there. Now again, we'll take some of the paint off of the brush, and then we do this. And again, the lighter color is going to be mixing with what's already on here. So you can see that is not anywhere near as shiny as it was, because the whole idea is we want to be able to bounce back around to that. You know what? Maybe we'll just... let's see what this is going to give me here. Because I don't know if I want to really go too bonkers painting a lot of stuff here if we're going to be doing a bunch of blood effects on it. Then we're just going to have to leave that go. Might try to drive out. There's a little bit of this bluish gray into that. Like you do there. And then again, I would like to have, I might even bring this reference to a place where I can see it a little bit easier here. Where's my Warg Rider here? Okay, there we go. Alright, now this was one of the big conquest wargs. Just 1 second here, trying to move this into position. We're almost there. So that's kind of what we'll go for, is that sort of thing right there. Let's roll with that. Terra Rosa. A little bit of the asphaltum. Then we're going to try to lighten that up a little. So again, happy Friday there, Nurgle Matthew. So Valfira will have to see. Vanderbilt's got themselves a little bit of a test. But I don't know. I think they could. Well, based on what they did last year. Now, of course, maybe they're going to be a little bit more on the lookout, say, than Alabama was, or whatever. But maybe the Commodores can do a little bit of damage against South Carolina there, Valfira. Again, is it likely? It is not likely, but, well, the unlikely has already happened in the first 2 weeks of our fabulous college football season. I think it will, as they say, be a Donnybrook. Again, that's just bringing in some Verturo Rosa in there. And that is also mixing with our glazy stuff that we did there. I mean, there's a couple potential big games. I mean, not to mention, say, that the night game, right? And of course, we're all wondering, is South Florida for real? What are the Bulls? I would imagine that game is was at Hard Rock Stadium or whatever, where Miami plays now. We shall see if South Florida just kind of, ambushed last week an unsuspecting opponent. Not really. No, let's see. I don't know if A&M is going to Notre Dame or if that game is in College Station. Even if it's in College Station, I mean, that'll make it more difficult, but I don't see. I still think they're going to win that game. Illinois better not lose to Western Michigan. That would be somewhat embarrassing. Now we got ourselves some a little bit later. We also got kind of a micro filbert mode here. All of this still a dry brush. Still doing dry brush stuff. However, as we say with the oils, it's the wettest dry brush ever, right, Camda? Now, so Landrest is the crew there, the usual crew, or is it an expanded crew? Trying to think of the last time you guys did any RPG stuff down there. Well, again, the same deal. Kind of a dry brush there. So hello to everybody at Shea Landrast. You know what? That's going to be kind of a pain right there. Let me see if we can get this little crazy hair off of here. Okay, there we go. That helps. We bring out the old X-Acto knife. People start wondering if there is actually going to be some rocket surgery going on then. Maybe spreading a little bit of this around. Not much, just a little bit. That will, again, I think we're still going to treat that as metal. Yep, yeah, we'll treat that as metal. Okay. We're just getting things figured out here. I guess you could say this is like a color test figure. As we have the other one. Where did he go? Here he is. Over here. Now here, there was no decorative basting for him like this one was. So we were able to have some fun there again with just a couple of quick make it epic basting bits and some tree bark. That's it. Now I think it is time to step away from what we are doing here, and we're gonna move over here, I think. We have our oxide there, chromium oxide there. I will maybe do a little bit of the sky blue as well. They sort of have the orc skin as a super bright kind of neon greenish. We're gonna go a bit darker on that green. I've also got, oh my goodness, a whole bunch of whatchamacallit, Urukai. Not just the guys, the usual guys with the pikes, but I've got berserkers printed out with the torches and all that stuff. There was more than I expected because somehow the same build plate got printed twice. So there's even more Urukai than even I was trying to print out. There's a bunch of them. Then I want to paint a bunch of those. Now we want to try and do our metallic stuff on them, but I also was hoping to use the dirty down on them too. That could be fun. So using that dirty down on the armor, the weapons, all that kind of stuff, since we need to experiment with it as much as possible on as many different types of services as possible. You know what? I'm going to get the light back here and then a little right in there. We've got ourselves blending brushes around somewhere. We'll maybe use, this guy is a blending brush here. Look at that, we're just going to take that and move that across. Our blades again, glad to hear that things are a little bit easier or a little bit smoother right now. And obviously, it's always subject to change, right? At least it always seems that way. Now, I just had me. That is not it. But let's see. Let me play with one of these guys here. There's a whole lot of sizing in that brush. Let's see if we can get some of that sizing out of there. There's already a bristle all over the place. Again, these are just little craft brushes. So I found out, Valfair, that the fabulous sale on the not the William, but the 18-0 liner brushes, that seems to be over with. Again, I'll double check, but that might be over and done with. Let's try. Here's get a little bit of our green in the horses' reins are just a little something different besides all just endless shades of brown. We are using one of the fantastic holders from Battlecraft Supplies. This is one of the really big ones here. Do this up here. And I think it's a little bit easier to paint with something without the plastic cover on it. Again, that's it's another one of those pro tips that you only get at this channel. There. Yeah, I'm gonna maybe start getting into some of the later stuff. On the boots. a little more than we wanted right there. Blending brush, because that got a little too happy there. There's something we can use. Just gonna yank that right along. Alright, so we are 50 minutes in, by the way. 50 minutes in. No, I wonder, do we do something glowy for this? Something maybe a red. Also, let me... Okay, so those are... All of this stuff is supposed to be some form of bone, but we want to make sure that it's not all just, well, bone white as they call it. No, that's not going to work as a blending brush. That's not going to work too well as a blending brush with that piece of plastic on there. I wonder, how similar is it to... I thought I had it in my hand. It's pretty... It's a little bit... Okay, so it is bigger than the... What is this called? The Meaden? So again, there will be a new session going up onto the Linseed Oil YouTube channel. Try to get me a little bit of the lighter green on this down here. A little lighter down on the underside of this. So again, these are from Corvus Belli, Warg Riders. It's just so bizarre to think of them as Warg Riders. Is that... Guess that is some lighter fur in there too. Chain here. Chain here. Chain here. Chain there. I think that's... Yeah, that is also bone, antlers. Okay, that makes sense then. I keep looking there, Valfira, to say, okay, how long have we been going here? Do I need to switch to the next spacescape? I've gotten so used to that. I was all set to go, oh, okay, well, we've been working on this for an hour. We need to get to the next spacescape. A little lighter on that chain. Ah, geez, Armored Wolf. I'm trying to think of that expression in the in that Instagram post, but the Jackson Arts one on the contrast and the fact that the person who basically discovered the that whole idea of contrast via saturation, warm versus cool colors and such. What about no, that's got to be more of the tan up there. A little bit too much of a... Oh, speaking of green, gee whiz, let me take our Perline Black. That's going to give us a Very cool green. It's almost like it's almost like a metal color there. Yeah, it was a chemist, not an artist, and it led to the pointillism, right, Armored Wolf? Do we get some? Oh, here some. Sure. Let's do some back there. Let's get someone that part of his arm there. I'm gonna give me some Prussian blue, either that or do I have some here? We've got. Nope, that is old-fashioned. What about? Now there's something we haven't seen in a while. Okay, fine, fine. We will put Indanthrone blue out there. This was this a series 3? Is this the series 5? Okay, that's a series 3. That is a Richardson. It's kind of funny, Cam, that paint that you showed me there has this same kind of thing like Richardson and Williamsburg do with the painting, having the actual paint on the label itself. And that is an important thing because I've seen a whole bunch of people, they'll maybe buy a paint based on what they see, like just this printed thing on the label, and it is almost no bearing on what the color actually is. I mean, it's not even, usually not even close. Color on the label versus what's actually in the tube. Which, that's what I gotta do with the paints that I'm gonna be doing for the class. Yes, we'll have to do the same thing. We'll have to paint some of the paint on the tubes or whatever so that people can really see what the heck is in there. All right, where's that indanthrone? Sky blue indent. Now that is a more reddish blue. I don't know if you wanted to share that Jackson art thing there, Armored Wolf. That could be helpful for some folks there. Maybe get some more of this over here. This is our later stuff. Maybe all the way up to there. And then, whoops, wrong way. Lighter stuff from here over to here. Now that can get even later, but we're not going to do that right now. Grab me some of this Moore's yellow deep here. That's going to go on these services. And again, what are we, 58 minutes in? No, Mars Yellow. I was about to go over there to the, what is that? Oh, the Naples Yellow. Nope, not the Mars Yellow Deep. Yeah. I will take this again, and then that dry brush action. Really, really critical. Because even though, man, all the paint underneath is wet, this little bit of dry brush stroke, it's not gonna look like your typical dry brush, and maybe that's what gets confusing for folks when I tell them, yeah, it's a dry brush kind of stroke, and they go, well, it doesn't have the effect. It's not all kind of grainy and stuff like a dry brush would be. It's wet blending, and that's kind of the whole tenet of using the oil paints. That's how you get to less is more. And not adherent to that is the way you get to more is way too much. So if I check out that Insto link there that Armor Wolf just shared, and again, that's a nifty little Jackson art. Little historical type of video there. Those are super helpful. Armored Wolf is kind enough to send those. I think Dragon's Blood was the last one, right, Armored Wolf? And then, when that could put more to it was the green, that's right, yes. Hit that. You know what? I'm gonna get me. Wow, okay, that might have been a little more. It's a little more of that Hansa yellow / Windsor yellow that I was initially thinking, but we'll roll with it. Great to see you there, Sector X. Happy. Still, oh, nope. Now, technically, it's a happy Friday here. It is 12:02 in the AM. So it is now, or sorry, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Still a happy Friday for you, though. That's what I was thinking. It's like, nope, it's not a Saturday for you yet. Alright, yeah, I wanted to say, maybe that's going to be more yellow than what I really wanted in there. And again, these are the, I believe, new, as in, again, released in the last 3 to 5 months. Who knows, maybe more recent than that, but at least the last 3 months or so. I wonder, Valfira. Well, we'll bring up our spacescapes too, but now we kind of, oh, look at this. We kind of have a red, we kind of have a yellow, and we kind of have a blue. Well, let's see what happens. Well, now pretty much everything all just blends together because we don't have a ton of values on here, right, Valve here. So now you can sort of see, no, now you can see kind of more of the difference between, say, the warg and the armor. For sure, the warg and the sword. Now let me grab which one of these was. I think actually, oh, this one, yeah, this one kind of helps. Because we got edges galore here. And also we have the soft edges. So let's do this. These hard edges really stand out now. I mean, they did before. And now even more so. And then even these couple of hard edges over here stand out even more. And look at all the soft edges back there. Then now look in the mountains. And up here we've got that green. See that warmer green? One of the last things we did, Velfair, was add the warmer green to the Mausers. Now, as we get up to our, there we go, because that green was not there. It was up here. There was no green here. There was no green here. We said, nah, this can't just be up here. It's got to be elsewhere. It's got to be elsewhere. Now I'm going to take, this is some of our white here. I'm going to mix it again with our yellow mix, just trying to get, there we are. There's more of these crazy little bones in here than I thought there was. There's all kinds of them in here. So again, it's great to see you there, Sector X. Appreciate you being here, of course. Nah, this too. So again, the plan with the chompers on both of our wargies there. That's what I was hoping to do was, again, mess around with the dirty down. So we're gonna have to find ourselves some things to do, some tests on. Might just grab some more Song of Ice and Fire figs. See what happens. Veilfair, what was the thing? Oh gosh, was it the was it one of our Spacescapes Veilfair, or was it one of the BSG ships that just went ultra light or something like that, or it was the other way around maybe? But the value of it, massive change in the value. Not just the fact, okay, we lose some of the color contrast and you notice the edges more. Yeah, there was something. I just don't remember what it was. Thanks, Armor Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page where we just posted again the latest tutorial video, and that was all about creating our brand new Wapelius Spellbrush character on Eldritch Foundry. So everybody check that out. And thank you so much, Armored Dwarf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. You do that army painter thing. You best have yourself some snacks on hand, because to binge your way through at least 2,400 hours worth of videos could take a little while. Okay, I'm just saying, just throwing that out there. It might take you a while. It's very possible that the next set of WarCrow fakes might do those in some tutorial videos as well. Is there more? I think that is here. Pretty sure that's actually here. And not just the bones or whatever. Do this here. A little lighter there, a little lighter up here. Now, I wonder if should Vanderbilt happen to win that game, is it going to be another instance where they're going to have to budget in fishing the goalposts out of the river again? Because I would imagine they're not just going to leave those things just sitting around in the river. Now, yeah, they see that. It's doing more up here on the antlers because that paint's had more of a chance to set. And we'll have to do the same kind of pretty much everywhere else. Ideally, we would be working on the other one at the same time. Now that's, again, that's what we like our Saturday challenge, where we got a whole bunch of figures we're working on all at once. It even made a difference with our Spacescapes last night. Because I could at least give, when I'm working on one, I could give the other three a chance to set. Ooh, let me do this up here. And of course, for your Aussie Rules football update, somehow Adelaide, they finish in first place. I think they won something like their last 7 or 8 games in a row, maybe 9 games in a row, at least the last 7 or 8. So they get the double elimination in the playoffs in finals footy, and they lose them both, and they weren't even that close. So there's a part of me that doesn't feel quite so bad about the doggies not even getting there. And Hawthorne, yes, Hawthorne advances. I'm not sure if they're playing Geelong or not. I mean, again, I'm not gonna do a ton on here, right? Because if we want to do the blood spatter thing and all that, right? We don't. Do we really want a ton of colors and such sitting on that sword? Now again, we're just trying to just a little something over here. Again, those are the make it epic basing bits. So that's gonna be that will be a very tough game there, Valfira. But stranger things have happened, especially to South Carolina. That's kind of a place. That's kind of a team where strange stuff happens to them over the years. And that's all very much a dry brush there. Now I might do a zoom in. Yeah, let's do a zoom in. Let's zoom in there. Yeah, Valfer, I wonder if there's ever been an instance where there was enough. Obviously teams like say Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State, they travel well. I don't know if there's ever been an instance where, visiting fans have torn down the goalposts in another stadium. Yeah, Valfira. I mean, there's the night game, that's going to be important. But Clemson's got a game, and then there's a couple there that, yes, the opponent might not be ranked, but then South Florida wasn't ranked either. What was also two? I almost said UNLV, but no, it was the Horned Frogs. Yes, it was the Frogs. Who did they? Oh, they took an axe to Smoo. That's right. Valfera, the thing I don't even see on the schedule, North Carolina, because we gotta know what we gotta know what the Belichicks are doing, right, Valfera? And again, we cover all of it here on the Wappleville Sports Network. That and that's probably at Georgia, right? Because they played at home. No, that's North Carolina. Sorry, I'm asking about North. So Tennessee at Georgia, that's going to be the big one in the afternoon. But I was wondering about North Carolina and who the heck are they playing? I don't really know. What is that? Not sure that. Okay, I guess that's some form of a buckle there. Now, me. Is that Oh, let's try maybe this. Let's see what this is again. This is going to be more of a. Or is that too orangish? Not sure. Not just sure yet. And then of course we'll want to probably do again some of our Maori tattoos or something like that on these guys. Look at Iowa State all the way up to 14 there in those standings. I wonder, can this serve? Now, let me just get all this stuff out. That's all. There's an awful lot of pearline black sitting in that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Let's get rid of a little bit of that and then do some blending brush action. More here. Now, Camden, were you gonna try and do any streams on Saturday or Sunday? Can everybody please give Camda Paints a follow? It's starting to get a little too orangey. I'm gonna probably come back again with maybe some of our Terra Rosa or Asphaltum. Maybe even mixed with our white. Or that not radiant violet. No, that was... We blasted that thing way too hard. Let me take some of that away. Oh man, that was way too much stuff there. Let's do that. There's something lighter over there. Again, this right here, when that plays off against, say, the snowy base, it's going to be a lot like those werewolves. That's what they were. Werewolves from Conquest. It's going to stand out a lot. Fine, I'm going to throw a little bit of this in. Okay, not there. Okay, that's a leather strap thing there. Do something under here again. Let that go. Just mix a little bit of wet into wet. Some down in there. You know what? I'm thinking, do I want to go dark with the orcs here, or do we do something lighter? Well, let's see what they did, and that might determine what we do. So they went darker with it. Do we go lighter? We'll do the darker stuff. So we break out here.
So say we all.
Our glass for Megan. How you doing there, Megan? That is 64 months ago. So Megan, how the heck are you doing? Nice to see you there, Arda Michael. Now, Megan, I know you've been super ultra busy. Have you had a chance to paint any miniatures at all, say in the last 4-ish months or so? And again, Megan, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Megan, I'll send you some pictures of the spacescapes that we did on the stream last night. This has been one of the big things here, Megan, is our Flat Thursday streams where we take one painting, we chop it up, and we turn into 4, count them, 4 smaller paintings. That's great. Oh, and Megan, here I got a little, I think you saw this, right? There's the new Wapilia spell brush. Yes, indeed. Pretty sure we painted that up last week. I don't know if it was a Saturday stream or if that was a Friday stream. But pretty sure that was last week. Again, we made that with the Eldritch Foundry site there. Okay, that is... No, that's his neck there. It's pretty well, because one of the things I did was I actually was doing like the little different races, creatures, or whatever, and I turned the Wapilia Spellbrush figure temporarily into an orc. Then it's like a Cthulhu, whatever. That was pretty funny. That's fantastic, Megan. And again, Megan, you want to share some stuff, please feel like you can do that in the chat. That'd be fabulous. I hope that everything is going fantastic with the youngsters also. the next door neighbor. I was thinking, was it last year or the year before, Megan, where there was the whole registration fracas because it was a very specialized class and there was only so many slots. Hopefully nothing like that this time around. Yeah, it was. Oh, that was Commissar Wapelius, I think, Cam. Yeah, we're gonna do a Commissar Wapelius. Oh yeah, we gotta do Commissar Wapelius. So everybody check out that link tree there that Megan just shared. Now Megan, I'm pretty sure now, unless work has kind of settled down into a very, very easily predictable routine, I don't think you'll be doing any streaming, right, Megan? Now, of course, it's very possible maybe that things have kind of gotten into a more manageable state there. Maybe enough to consider doing some streaming. So great to see you there, Megan. I know it's super late. Since, yeah, it's 1:22 in the morning there. Everybody, please check out that link that Megan Paints just shared. Sorry about that, Megan. Nah, geez, mate. Well, I'll try and send you some of the pictures of all the work that I've been doing on the house. There was more sidewalk stuff going on today. Now, well, hopefully that also helped you mend a little bit there, Megan. And you're definitely feeling a whole lot better than earlier today. Certainly, hopefully better than yesterday. So again, everybody, please be like Camda and go check out that the link there that Megan just shared. Now, I do believe the newest video should be up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So, because yeah, 23 minutes ago, I think the latest video was supposed to be scheduled to go up there. So there should be Aragorn as King Elisar. Should be up there on the on that YouTube channel. Yeah, that is where all of our sessions shall reside. There are no ads on that channel. There will not be any ads on that channel. Because that channel, all it is just a place for me to put, well, these sessions. That's all it's for. So again, everybody be like Camda Paints. And again, Camda, who's just hoping that, now that you kind of have your stream stuff settled down, settled in, you can maybe do some color charts on stream. Is that? There's multiple tusks there. Okay. We'll get it figured out eventually. Not sure I could really go a whole lot lighter on this. I might just have to go darker on this. And we could do it via the glaze. We can do it via a dry brush. Because remember, anything with the oils is the wettest dry brush ever. It's the nature of things with the oil paints. Oh, there's way too much paint on there. Let's get rid of some of that. Now, Megan, you haven't been able to do any Discord stuff, have you, over the last several months, just because of the job and everything? Now, I was hoping that maybe you could still kind of do some of that every so often. see if we can't again work in a little bit more of our lighter bone color in there, and then we're gonna be again kind of like our Ossiarch Bone Reapers. We'll be doing some darker stuff over the top. There'll be some glazes, some dry brush. So yeah, Megan, I figured that it's definitely very tiring, right? Because again, there's several irons in the fire all at the same time. I'm pretty sure those are also supposed to be bone there. That'd be fabulous there, Camja. Yeah, Camja. I've never had a chance to see anybody else do those. I mean, for obvious reasons, right? Yeah, never had a chance to see anybody else do those. So that could be super interesting. Let me. I'm gonna. Oops, that's the wrong way to go there. Let's grab here some Pearlian Red. Is that what the. Yeah, nope, that's Naphthol. You know what? We haven't played with this. Is this a series? That's a series 3 or 2. Okay, that's a series 2. We're going to play with this. We haven't used this in a while here. It's the revenge of the coward charts there, Camda. When coward charts fight back. I'm going to grab some of this, some of the violet here. Come on, more of that violet. A little more thinner. And away we go. There we go. That was a bit missing there, a little bit lacking. Yeah, I figured, especially, geez, Megan, at first I was thinking, well, okay, maybe if it's school, there's more time, but it's school, there's going to be less time, right? I mean, as long as there's going to be extracurricular activities. We're just going to roll with something like that for right now. For now. Take this here. Let me take, there's some of our violet. It's time to start powering in maybe some really heavy darks in a couple of places. Yeah, Megan, and of course, since it's a commission type thing, right? There's that always the extra little kind of pressure involved. You just don't have to really worry about that, right? On the Megan stuff. Let me get rid of some of that paint. There we go. Okay. But sorry, I haven't been able to shoot you more messages. All of the house stuff that really, again, the only way that happens is instead of sleep, not in addition to. Oh, you know what we haven't done at all? We did this on the sword, but we haven't done this. Where's that Indianthron blue? It's hiding over here. Fine, we're gonna throw a little more sky blue into that. We almost forgot this. Yeah, a little bit more of a bluishness here. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. Yeah, to the YouTube channel. Again, the Linseed Fellowship. Uh, while it's not going to be fun transferring all virtually 5,000 hours worth of just Twitch streams over there, the one thing is it's searchable. So, yeah, if you want to find Conquest or WarCrow, you just go to the WarCrow uh, little section over there. Again, the playlist. I couldn't do that on the Twitches. It was more just like, okay, I know what the thing is, looks like that, and then you have to like search through dozens, if not maybe almost hundreds of thumbnails. You won't have to do that on the YouTube channel though. But again, really, really great to see you here, Megan. Actually, the one date that I'm kind of trying to target for perhaps an earlier beginning is the Friday stream. So Thursday, Saturday, those are just going to be later. There's no doubt about it. Because those streams generally take more prep time, especially the Saturday one potentially. So I might try to get the Friday one that this instead of say the 10:30 time, maybe a 9:45 or just even 10. I know that's still going to be late for you there. Now Camden, remember the little the joke that Blandrest and I had going with the whole apply yourself? If you would just apply yourself. Who else cammed it in that last stream when we were talking about applying oneself? I think there was a few people that did a little bit of the groaning whatever type thing when they heard the apply yourself. Now here we're trying to apply some lighter blues into yet more dragon scale armor. Oh, that was Arid, that's right. For a second I thought maybe it was Grand Oracle. Well, it might have been Grand Oracle too. But yeah, see if we just apply. Right, Michael, and use those bootstraps. Now, Arda, Michael, did you have a chance to share your stuff in the chat? And hopefully you're making good progress on the, was that the 200 pieces of terrain? Again, my brain is really shot, so I just don't remember anything anymore. So people will you have to let me know if that's the case, or I do think there are lots of terrain pieces involved. So we got some of our mixed with the fabulous sky blue. Again, that's the Paul Rubens sky blue. Oh, and looky here, we're about an hour and a half in. I'm tempted to go like a red glowy whatever, something on the warg's eyes there. But again, great to see you there, Megan. Nope, not there. It's good. Maybe we'll just use you as an emergency micro blending brush there. Try and get rid of that. Here we go. not that. I wonder. We do sort of, kind of, maybe need to lighten up a little bit of that too. Maybe not that. Maybe let's wait here for a second. Got this orange here. All right, fine. We'll break it down some more. Nope, that is way too big of a blob of paint in. Let's get rid of some of that. Yeah. So Megan, now there's 24 of those spacescapes now. We done used up not just all the ones that we did at Gen Con, but I've actually also used up the 2 ones that I painted since. So I got to actually do more of the airbrush stuff to make sure we have something to use. You know what? Oh, that's in a tricksy spot. There we go. Oh, I don't want the magenta one. We're trying to grab one of these. So this is the Paul Rubens opera colors, as in fluorescent colors there. Yeah, Megan. There's the whole. Well, it's just it's as long as it's good enough, right, Megan? There. Oh, the dreaded Tomb Kings. The dreaded Tomb Kings. There. So everybody check out that link that Art Michael just posted. And again, Art Michael, I don't know. Do you think that maybe the stream thing just might even be ultimately the way things work? I know there are certain things that could make limitations to that, but let me move this over a little something in there. Yeah, actually, Omega, we have a whole bunch of new things on the stream here, including, let's see, do we have some of them up here? Hopefully didn't scroll on past them, though. We might have. Let me just make sure we didn't scroll on past these things. Yeah, they are. So again, from the Book of Wapple, well, there's that. And then there's that. Perfection is the enemy of completion, which is also the enemy of finances. Oh, yeah, that's right. The DMing stuff. That's right. Forgot about that, Arda Michael. Well, no matter what, here's hoping all that is successful. We'll get a little bit more of our orange on there in a bit. Let me see what we can do here. We'll take this. Where's my plain black? You know what? I'm going to use me some of the radiant green too. Let me do that. You know what? I got to get some thinner sitting on that cam. Otherwise, that's just going to turn all gummy. Well, at this stage, right, Megan, with all this stuff going on, that really is. There's a lot going on all at the same time, so I think you could certainly count it as that. Fine, we'll get a little bit more of this lighter green on his hand there. Alright, Michael, I know that folks, they told me that you can essentially almost kind of create your own e-publication books for release on Amazon. sort of, I guess it sort of ends up like almost being like a PDF or something. It would be interesting, well, to create an actual book of Wapple in that way, I suppose. Because that way we wouldn't have to worry about shipping books anywhere, because that's a nightmare. I mean, it was going to be a nightmare 10 years ago. Now it's a nightmare. It was not easy shipping out the DVDs for the original Painting Pyramid 10 years ago. Okay, going with a lighter sort. This is almost kind of a bluish green here. We'll be going back into this later, but again, we want to give that a chance to set there, of course. Anything else here? Sure. You know what? We should play around with that here before we keep messing around with this. Yeah, let's do that. Van Dyke Brown. Mix it with. Here, let me pull some of the white over here. That's gonna get some of the Payne's gray involved. Payne's gray. So yeah, Erda Michael, that is definitely something that I was thinking about. I mean, in all seriousness, for something like a Book of Whelp, I have no idea how you even do something like that. I guess that's another thing to try and do the Googles and watch maybe some videos on that. I have no idea how you even try to attempt something like that. I mean, it would be interesting to try. You know, I was about this crazy violet color here. Oh, that's looking at that. It's like that's awful light. Let's get a little bit of that other gray in there too. No, that is the lower lip there. Now it's kind of funny here, Camda, because I'm running into the beards here, and this was one of the beards that we tried putting on our Wapelius figure there. And remember, I think it ended up, it was like sticking through the cloak or something, so we got rid of that particular beard. Now, that's really fantastic there, Erda Michael. But yeah, that is something that maybe, again, that's how we do the Book of Wobble there. I mean, it would also be interesting to try and do it in a video form. Where there's the reading from the book, and then there is maybe some pictures of a miniatures, maybe even works in progresses on it or something like that, and who knows, maybe even taking it aside for some film noir if it is still a miniature that I have here. There's certainly been a lot of graphics for other people, right, that you've had to do. Now here, what we are trying to do is not just get the chains lighter there, but also trying to get some more, a little bit more of a bluish tinge there as well. Where's the, oh yeah, there's a whole bunch down here, and then we could always kind of do some rusty stuff there. But remember, after all this stuff dries, we'll add our snow effects, just like again we did to these werewolves, right? Because that is pre-snow. That is before we did the snow and blood effects, and we did a basing video with them on the Patreon page. Then we did a tutorial video with one of them, and the rest were painted on stream. A little bit like what we did with the Ifrits and the Jinn from the Sorcerer King's army. Well, I'm glad that you're back there, Megan. And again, I appreciate you being here. I know again it's not the easiest to fit into the schedule there. Lots of stuff going on. Let me get a little bit more of that on the chain down here. Oh, the armor over here. Let's get that too. There's a whole bunch I want to do on this sort of scale mail type armor here as we kind of close in on hour 2. Once we get into that hour 3, that's where we start doing the brushstroke maintenance kind of stuff. And we'll be going back in on the skin here, maybe add some darks as well. Now I don't want to do too much because if we're going to do sort of that either tattoo or some kind of war paint on them, if we have too much shading on there, it's just going to be a nightmare. Oh, something like that, yep. I think I might do that to also is kind of separate that from the work, because now he's this kind of semi-intense Terrarosa there, and not blue like he is in the official art, box art, whatever you want to call that. Did I ever... I think I did do that now. Back here, though. Again, just got these 2 fingers on the brush. Might be enough for right now. And this not too light either. Because, again, we want to have that be the shadow side on that sword, or... Actually, this was... it had the label for it. On the fabulous Eldritch Foundry software. This is one of the weapons I think we sort of clicked on. Yeah, to the warg skin fur we go. And let me see. So we are almost at hour 2 here. Arturosa. I might actually add a little bit of the orange there. Not going to add the yellow. No, too orangey. We'll retreat from that. What's that going to look like? That's a little more, yeah, there we go. Okay, it's got a little bit more touch of a red to it. That's what I needed. Light down here. again, have to kind of think. All right, what's going to be around here? And that's that. If you ever checked out that little Jackson art video that Armored Wolf posted, that whole idea, that contrast, right? It's especially your value slash color perception. It's the colors around it that are gonna, again, you have red next to, a desaturated green, whatever, that red is going to look way warmer, say, than it might be if there was okay, Indian yellow next to it, or even a warm green. And there's different, not just different types of value contrast, there's even sort of different types of color contrast because you got the saturation included in there too. Of course, as the Book of Wobble says, right? Contrast is more than just light versus dark. Megan, I gotta shoot you a batch of the stickers there because well, oh, that's right. There's gonna be some a new one added. It was one that Recoil made. I still haven't had a chance to get that process going on that one to see if we can maybe do that tonight after the stream. Getting that going. This here. A little more on his. There's our micro blending brush there. Oh yeah, back over here. We'll get some more of our light on that. Yeah, Megan, we have all kinds of fun ones here. Oops. Like Scale Ale, Wally the Walrus, and his craft brew. Now, Megan, I think I got you some of the Lord of the Rings gummy bears because we want to do that thing at towards the end of October. There is to be painting those Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears around Kathy's birthday. I do believe it's there's a Saturday, October 25th, so that's a probably one of the big days that I'm trying to target there. Again, maybe for doing those, and then maybe do like a little special Zoom class thing or something like that around that time. Boy, Art and Michael, either one of those is potentially filled with frustration, although I think the magnetization might be that much more filled with frustration. Maybe go with that. The thing is a little bit less frustrating. Actually, Camda, I had to, of course, every 5 minutes you have to update the stupid bamboo slicer, but there was like this organizer thing. And what was weird is that all I could kind of do was double click on it, and it brought in all of these build plates into the slicer, like 8 of them. I was at least, I think there was 2 rows of 3 and then another row of 2, or maybe it was even more. It might have been like 11 or so, I don't know. But there was all these build plates that came in, and I don't know what that's all about because I couldn't pick any of the build, not that I could see a way to pick any of these build plates. I'd never seen files arranged like that before. And it automatically laid out all the parts, Cam, to again, it just popped up. I guess these items will pop up in the slicer as you open it up. I usually never notice those. Yeah, I think it was this. Yeah, I think it was that. I think I loaded one of those, but I kept waiting for it. Okay, like a typical STL download, right? Nah, yeah, Megan. Actually, I think I ran across like the Google Photo Memories, whatever. I think it showed me. a memory of some of the previous snacks there. Actually, Megan, I think you've heard about the dump cakes, right? Actually, I need to make another one of those, but I need to get some more ingredients first because we're all out of our canned fruit stuff. I think we're even all out of our cake mixes. So yeah, I'm not sure if you've seen the dump cakes that we've been making. Those have been pretty yummy, I gotta say. Pretty easy to make. I've usually been making them after the streams. So again, now we're starting to get some of our lighter stuff here on the skinny tones or fur, whatever you want to call it. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I kind of like the idea of something that is almost like a Maori tattoo. As we welcome back Bearded Kilt. Hey there, Kilt. Hope the rest of the stream went great. So yeah, Kilt, this well, it looks a little bit different now than it did when you were last here. Everybody, again, please give Bearded Kilt a follow if you could. And again, Bearded Kilt, you know, you can always post some stuff in the chat if you want to do that. And everybody, please give Bearded Kilt the follow. Let me get that as full some of our background. Now, this again is going to be kind of a dry brush here. Sort of a dry brush. On the undersides of the antlers here. No problem there, Bearded Kilt. Again, everybody please give Bearded Kilt a follow. So, Bearded Kilt, again, thank you so much for the raid. Why don't you post some stuff in chat there? Ooh, gotta be careful with this. Getting too light with that. I mean, yes, it's another Skelly friend here, but it's probably kind of on the stained side. Go, yeah, that way. And let me, there's our blending brush there. So we are painting some of the new WarCrow Warg Riders. We got another one here, so this would be most likely for our next stream on Saturday right here, which is, well, technically later today. But yeah, we'll be doing the second one. Now this one is on a piece of tree bark there with more of our fabulous basing bits on that base. And of course, again, last night we were painting 4 spacescapes or multiscapes. That's what we call it now, right? Camden doing the multiscape thing. Here's another one right there. And of course, our latest Battlestar Galactica ship, that is Battlestar Hades right there. Did that on the Monday stream. We've got one last Battlestar prepped. Well, it's not technically a Battlestar. It is a Cobalt class assault ship, and it is gigantic. I mean, it's definitely the biggest of all the ships that we've done so far, without a doubt. And again, appreciate you being here, Bearded Kilt. That is way too thick there. How about we thin that down a little bit? These are from Corvus Belli. And it's very ironic because I have been trying to print out and prep Warg Riders for Middle-earth Strategy Battle Game, and also for an army painting series, and for painting on stream. And then along came more Warg Riders, in this form at least. So again, everybody please give Bearded Kilt the follow. And again, Kilt, if you want to share anything in the chat, that would be super fabulous. Have I gotten some more of the dorks in there? I guess. Trying. Oh, yeah, this is another place where we wanted to work in. Bit more of that. Like, yeah, look at this edge here. Now, of course, can't be too much because we did also want to have all of those the blood effects and such on the sword. Try doing that right here. Nope. We gotta refresh that brush. And we'll take this. Oh yeah. Somehow, we really hadn't gotten any light on that portion of the blade there. Alright, that's better. Trying to fish out a few more little extra lights here on these guys. I'll probably come back with the indigo. Maybe indigo and Prussian blue. To do some little bit of glazing on the dragon scale or dragon mail armor here. Everybody check out that Discord link. That is what Bearded Kilt was working on tonight, so check out the Discord link there. And then, of course, please give Bearded Kilt a follow while you're at it. So, again, I hope that it was super fun. I'm sure that it was. And hopefully great progress was made. Two hours, 2 minutes, and 34 seconds ago, this Warg Rider looked exactly like this because they were both primed at the same time. So again, that is a little over 2 hours of painting there. So again, everybody please be like a mig in there and go check out that link that Bearded Kilt just posted. And then while you're at it too, please give Bearded Kilt a follow. That's fantastic there, Bearded Kilt. And I hope that it's kind of been refreshing too, maybe a bit different from all the other projects that you normally would be working on. And there can really, there can definitely be tremendous value to that. Now, I won't go too late on these skelly friends here. If anything, we might come back a little bit darker on them. Just a bit darker. Oh, that. So we'll have to get some rust on that too, I believe. So on this one, we did, like you saw, the darker primer. Then we did that lighter sort of dry brush type of a thing. Then we did all the glaze stuff. And then we started coming back in with things like midtones, like we're doing here. Though some of them might be even on the slightly lighter side here for sure. Let me get the. No, too much paint sitting on the end of that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. And I got some of that might end up being axed by the our blood slash drip effects, whatever we want to do there. So bearded kilt, those are almost unfortunately impossible to schedule. It's funny, we've been trying to think of ways to be able to schedule those for years. Actually, that was one of the original plans for the Patreon page there, bearded kilt. But right now, everything here is a 7 days a week kind of thing. Streaming 4 days, filming the other 3. And also, too, it'd probably have to take place at, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. there's that, too. Nice to see you there, Doji. So, Doji, those were looking really nifty. If you want to share those in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please check out Doji, some fabulous oil-painted goodness. Boy, it's funny, Doji. I was just talking about making dump cakes maybe tomorrow or something like that. Sometimes you just got to bring the bakery to you, right, Doji? Megan, Armor Wolf, and I were always talking about we do need clones of ourselves. The only problem is that, again, the clone generally is, shall we say, less mentally capable than the or whatever than the original, and that's a bad place to start. Because if you're starting where we are, and then you say, okay, now we're going to make all the copies, shall we say, less intelligent than the original, that runs into a bit of a fracas right there. It's definitely sleep depravity, right, Arta Michael? Yep, Bearded Kilt. That's where all of them are going to go to. That again, that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel right here. We just well, let's see, 1 hour 8. Whoops, that way is better. 1 hour 8 minutes ago, the Aragorn figure just went up there. So this one, well, at least it should have been. There you go. That's the Aragorn that we painted last week. There's a little touch of freehand on that one. I mean, nothing special, just that white tree of Gondor, just basically a white tree. And one, obviously, some non-metallic metals. Great to see you there, Surface Tension, all the way from Welshlandia. So, Surface Tension, why don't you share some of your fabulous oil painting links there? Everybody go check that out too. No problem there, Bearded Celt. You can take revenge. I know you probably got yourself some chat point rewards. You can take it out on the autocorrect monster if you want, because yes, he's always lurking in the shadows. The autocorrect monster. So great to see you again there, Doji. Great to see you again there, Surface Tension. So yeah, Doji, I need to. I think I sent you some pictures of all the other home repair projects, right? And again, Doji, those are looking really fantastic. So everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Again, some super duper fabulous oil painted miniatures there. So yeah, Bearded Kilt will get this one up on the YouTubes. Obviously, generally the priority is that, well, also too, I got to work in all those really old ones, as in the ones from years ago, because again, unfortunately, Twitch decided to zap all 4,539 hours worth of highlights. What can we use for? Fine, we'll use this one here. So see you later there, Bearded Celt. Thank you so much for the raid. And well, best of luck with that tomorrow too, Bearded Celt. Best of luck with that. Well, Artemichael, I guess it depends on how many leprechauns you see there in the house with you. Maybe, I think if you see more than 12, then maybe a little bit of break from the glue. Yeah, surface tension. Here's hoping that you can get yourself some more painting. Actually, surface tension. Geez, I gotta remember to print out those. Well, the Tomb King stuff that I got from one-page rules. That it's not the War Sphinx. It's the I think it's the not the Hyro Titan. Well, maybe they're treating that as the Hyro Titan. That maybe that's how one-page rules treats it. Okay, so a little few too many leprechauns there for Artemichael. So Artemichael maybe is gonna take a pause on all of the gluing of stuff there. Actually, Artemichael, some of them also have fireworks, and they're actually launching them inside your house. So yes, if you also have leprechauns that are, and also too, if you have any Keebler elves running around inside the house, that also might be a sign that you're either very hungry or that maybe there's too many glue fumes. I'll just darken you up there. Darken up this too. So yeah, Artemichael, sometimes right, you have to change course on the product based on how many leprechauns you see. Taking that a little more blending to that over there too. Nice to see you there, Ingones. I think I actually have the box here. Yes, I do have the box. Look at that. So this is one of the fabulous WarCrow miniatures right here from Corvus Belli. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, why don't you post some links in the chat? Show off some of your fabulous oil painted goodness too. Let's bring that over here. Let's grab a little bit of this here. Let's just let all that mix together there for now. Just using our not radiant violet there. So great to see you there, Ingones. And again, everybody please give Ingones a follow. There we are. Maybe something more like that. I guess we need more thinner over that. Maybe it's been a little while since we last worked with that. There's some chompers in his jaw over there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ingones just shared. And again, please everybody give Ingones a follow too. Spin you back around here. I guess a little lighter on that tongue over there for surface tension. Oh, we might need to get ourselves some new medicine there, surface tension. And appreciate you being here. So yeah, Inganes, these are the new And again, I think they're pretty new. I don't know if they're like brand spanking new, released this week, but only a matter of a month or two ago, I think, tops. I'm gonna try to. You know what? Let's do this real quick, maybe. If we do, yeah, okay, there we go. I think we need to do a little something like that now. What it maybe, maybe we'll take a little mix of our. First, let's get this armor a little lighter before we fool around with the hair. Let's do this first. So yeah, they still are. I believe if they're not right at the bottom in the old world or whatever, they gotta be pretty darn close. Unfortunately, the Tomb Kings get no respect. Right surface tension. A little later there, maybe. Fine, maybe we'll throw a little touch of that. Um, Tiny bit of lighter stuff here on the hands, on the arms. A little something here. Again, that is not metal there, so it's not going to be full on reflecting of stuff. That's for sure. We also need to get some rust and such on that thing over here. That spear sticking out of the ground. So it might be time for the old prop and push here. We're just gonna plop that stuff on here. I mean, it was all kidding aside, surface tension. It was just that level of brutal. And you find out extra fast at tournaments, right? Surface tension. Just how bad those are. And we're trying to find ourselves some. Ooh, we don't need that big old blob at the end of the brush there, though. And again, this was another one of our non-pre-glaze figures here. We did the lighter primer routine on this, or the darker primer, then we did the lighter dry brush after that, and then came those glazes. We're gonna have to come back into the face there for sure. And here, let me do this. Let's get some of this violet here first. And now a couple of areas here on his skin, maybe. So yeah, surface tension. Well, remember the one tournament game there where it was the tournament game where I never got to eat like that ever at any other tournament where I believe it was in the first 28 minutes of a 2.5 hour round or something like that. His dwarves shot everything off the table, so it was all dead anyway. And then we just went along our merry way and got food and watched other people play. That's generally not the reason why you sign up for a tournament, is to be able to watch other folks play and have food. That's not quite, I think, how that's supposed to work. I could be wrong. What is supposed to happen is we need to get a little something later here on this. The right there. Nice to see you there, Pot Rock. So this is one of the new. We've got another one for the next stream tomorrow. These are from Corvus Belli. So there, that's WarCrow right there from Corvus Belli. And you can see there's one of them right there, and here is the other one. So these are some Warg Riders, the northern tribes, I think that's what they're called. So again, this is for our next stream on Saturday, which is today. Yeah, surface tension a little bit. Well, kind of like Lord of the Rings, right? Where there's interrupt actions, and it's not the you go then I go. You can't quite arrange all that. Thanks, Pot Rock. Appreciate that, and thank you so much for joining us here. Let's see if we can, lighten that up a little bit. So after the stream last night, I got these guys on bases. Now this is mostly the base that he comes on. We added the Skelly friends there. Remember, there's going to be a lot of snow on here, so we're not doing a whole bunch beyond that. Now, this one we did create an actual base for him. So we got some tree bark there. We have more basing bits. So that one, again, that is a little bit of a special base made for him. So back to this almost kind of a greenish color here. And that will go into some parts of the, yeah, something like that. Now let me actually get, where's my, do we do the Mars? I'm going to actually maybe try the Mars Violet right here. Let's try some of that out here. Mars Violet. Let me get this paint out of here. We'll grab this guy here. A bit of our Van Dyke Brown as well. And we'll drop it a little bit of that into some of the shadow areas here. And then other areas, maybe something a little bit on the cooler side, maybe more of the green, because again, there's going to be that snow there. We have to keep our minds on that. And of course, well, we've painted just a wee bit of Tomb Kings on here, right? Surface tension. We still got more chariots to do. We still have a whole bunch. Well, we got a ton of these. There's like 10 more of these. Oh, and now I have the OPR, like that champion one. Remember we were talking about that one, surface tension? Yeah, we got more of these to paint up on the stream too. More Tomb Kings. Nice to see you there, 10K. Happy Saturday there, 10K. And of course, 10K, if you want to share stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. Great to see you, of course. So surface tension. Well, let's see. We have our etc. Can I reach that thing? Oh, we also have the big. Is it the? I think it is the War Sphinx, the one with the Hydra. And then the Necro Sphinx. Because I think that's how the OPR one is, right? The Necro Sphinx is just the one with the weapon, and the War Sphinx is the one with the Howdah. Everybody check out the Instagram link there that 10K Orcs just shared. So great again to see you there, 10K. I hope that all goes very, very well. So this is one of the new WarCrow Warg Riders. Again, ironic enough, right? Because oh no, here we go. There we go. There's Wolves of Isengard. Right? We've painted a ton of Warg Riders on the channel. They just weren't they weren't from Corvus Belli like these are. So these are from Corvus Belli. These are some of the brand new WarCrow releases here. At least they were brand new, it seemed like, at Gen Con. So again, great to see their 10K. Let me do, here we are. Let's do this. Maybe even more of our, more of our Vantage Brown. Maybe a little bit of our Mars Black. We got Mars Violet already. Why not some Mars Black? So 10K, we were doing some more Spacescapes last night. We did 4 of them. We took one of those big old paintings, chopped it into 4 pieces. That was one of the 4 Spacescapes that we did. There's, again, there's another one. And, well, next Thursday we'll be doing some more. More Spacescape goodness. Get a little more dark down in there. Yeah, let's do that. And then over here, we'll get some of that paint off of that brush there. Again, doing a little bit of the dry brush stuff here. Over there too. Now, thanks 10K. Yep, I actually have to create now another couple of Spacescapes that we can chop up into pieces. Again, those originally were airbrush demo things in the Badger booth at Gen Con. And I said, man, there's got to be a way to do something with these. And then turns out there was, and that was doing the chopping them up into 4 pieces so they would fit on camera for one thing. Darken you up a little more there. Now, do we want to try again? We have the Maori tattoos that we were doing on those on the werewolves. Maybe we try to do a similar type thing here. We'll just use our, for all intents and purposes, indigo here. Let's start breaking this down. Let's see. I wonder, do I have? Oh, that's another one of my Tomb King chariots. Oh, there's a whole bunch of Tomb King chariots. Are these? Oh, these are all the Highland miniatures one. That's right. We had one of the Titan Forge ones. So again, we had a whole bunch of Titan Forge Tomb Kings as well. Remember these guys? Cetra, that's right. Yes, we did his modified chariot with the Titan Forge mummified horsies. Now I wonder, let me see if I can't maybe find my reference for those guys. I wonder, is that too, oh, that's too far already. I'm just looking to see if I can find my Warg reference here. That should be coming up pretty soon. If I can't find it easy enough, we'll just we'll move on without it. I'm just not seeing it here. Oh well. Take this now. Here. And that might be too blue-ish. Let's move away from some of that blue there. Maybe down in there wouldn't be so bad. Let me see if I can maybe find it by a little bit of search here. 1 second. Need my keyboard for that. Don't think that's gonna quite do it. No, that is not the one I was looking for. So again, everybody check out the 10K's post there, all the orcs there. So yeah, what we're looking to do is something like this here. So we're gonna try and get those tattoos on our warg here. Maybe something like that. Something like this here. And yeah, we don't like it, we can always just, we can literally just erase it if we don't like it. And yeah, I think, well, let's see, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go with anything that had a rounded shape to it or not. Not really into that. So we're just going to wipe all that out. We'll grab ourselves something like this here. Have at it again. You're not doing this with acrylics now, are ya? Is that, yeah, let's just wipe this out and let's do it again. No biggie. We're kind of back to where we were a second ago. That's why when folks say, oh, I'm kind of worried about using the oils, I don't want to screw things up, it's like, that is the easiest, it's so easy to fix things with the oil paints, might as well use them. Something goes haywire, you can see we just pretty much brought it right back to where it was just a second ago. And I think might not even do any of that stuff because might just be a little too busy. Now let me get some of this green. Nope, more of the green here. You know what? Some of the yellow into that green. Maybe something like that. For a little bit of our antlers here. That's kind of like an undo button, right? 10K. We just said, nah, that is not what I was looking for. We'll just erase it. What the heck? Easy enough. Just like our blending is easy enough, whether it's wet into it or, again, the paint can dry. And we were just showing that in our latest army painting video where, okay, yeah, the paint is already dry. Guess what? You can almost simulate wet into wet blending on the next work session. Now that, see, that paint had a chance to set. So now when we do this, it doesn't just blend. And actually, yeah, it's sticking much better there. Definitely, surface tension. We have to find a way to make a sticker for that or something like that, right? The Control Z function of oils. Yeah, we got to find the Control Z button for that. One second there, Megan. I think I might have missed the first. Oh no, there we go. So Megan, I would say definitely afternoon for sure. I would say later in the afternoon. Since I'm lucky to get to bed by 9 o'clock these days, Megan, that probably says it best right there. Yeah, that probably says it best. I told somebody the other day. I said, well, these days again, I've been not getting to sleep till around 9, and then I totally lied. It was 8:57. I was hideously wrong. See you later, there, Doji. And 10K, of course, just like we always talk about all the time, doing the color charts, a very, very good idea. And maybe the first miniature you do as a value study, just black and white. Or in this case, this was Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale right here, so maybe something like that right there. Yeah, Megan, it keeps it keeps going further and further back. Before it was kind of like, okay, well, I'm lucky to get to bed by 7. Then it was 7:30. Then it was 8:30, and now we're pretty much into 9. Yes, we have a word for anything like, say, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. We call that stupid o'clock in the morning, although sometimes we use a different metaphor. So, yep, we'll get a little bit of our Payne's Gray on that too. I think we sort of hit those, at least for a starter point there. Now again, this can't have too much stuff going on here, because if we want that snow to be on there, this is too late. That snow is going to look mighty dingy. There we are. I wasn't sure if you have to now finally get up and try and catch some Z's there, Megan. And again, if you wanted to post your stuff again, I know last time you posted it was a long time ago, about 2+ hours ago, I think. Oh, and by the way, 2 hours 38 minutes ago, this had there was no paint on this at all, none whatsoever. Now we got a little bit of the more of that Van Dyke Brown. There we go. And some of our shadows, maybe a little bit more of this green in the shadows too. Oh, yeah, some of that under here, under there. And 10K, of course, if you got yourself kind of, I don't want to say disposable figures, but if you have a whole bunch of Reaper Bones figures or something like that, that's also not a bad thing to have, kind of again for your first foray into the oils on the miniatures. You know what? I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna take some of our Van Dyke Brown here and maybe do a little bit of some darker edges there on the antlers. Maybe on this side too. can't just be on that other side. There. So what was it now? 2 hours, 40 minutes. We've been working on this. And from start to finish, we didn't pick this up from some other work session. This is all, we started it from scratch. Well, from this anyway. They can just brush down some primer. I took a brown and a black, mixed them together to create this. So he looked just like this 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. Generally just do something along those lines. I take some couple of different primer colors, mix those together and just brush on the primer. No airbrusher, nothing like that. No zenithal. Gonna use you as a blending brush there maybe. Might throw, if I throw that dark in there now, we're gonna have to come back into that with some lighter stuff. Okay, here, let me do that. Let's do that here, getting rid of some of this. Might even go more towards, say, the violet there. Like that, then maybe take some of this. No, that's gonna be too close to the skin there. Let's do something much more neutral. Oh, look at this. We're making a, it's a not radiant gray there, Camda. It's like Welsh, what is it? Welshlandic quickset gray, right? Let's do some tap, tap, tap there with this brush. We're over here doing the same thing. And yeah, these are from Corvus Belli. This is from WarCrow. Some pretty sizable cavalry here because, again, this base is at least 50. Most likely, I mean, sorry, 60, maybe a 70. Getting some of the violet in there. Once again, kind of almost see a dry brush type of a stroke there. Then we'll take something else to use as, again, a blending brush there. On the top of this, it's really not all that essential to do a whole bunch of anything because that is, it's going to get a bunch of snow. So yeah, we don't want to go too bonkers on that. Where's my other blending brush? We'll just use this as one. Can just use the craft brushes all the time as blending brushes. That is what it was, right, Camda? I'm pretty sure. And that's where we take the Paul Rubens, not radiant violet, and mix that with the not radiant green. Of course, for the full line of Welshlandic colors, you have to go to Wales. They don't ship them out. There's phthalo gray, gray shade. There's cadmium gray, the rarest of all pigments there. There's also gray blue, gray yellow, gray green. So yeah, let's get this too. Because in Welshlandia, contrast is more than just gray versus gray. There's also gray involved. There's saturated gray, desaturated gray. And I don't want to want to go too much later than that. Say on these rocks over here. Do I want that? Is that getting to be too close to the? All right, let me see what happens with this. Ah, see that? Well, look, well, gee whiz, I think they might have. The lab techs came up with a new color: radiant gray, pale, desaturated. Inganis, I've had those things. They've tried like during a stream or even during this a tutorial video. They're Inganis. Within a half an hour, they're already starting to kind of get rubbery. Within 2 hours, they're toast. They're almost dry. They're like they are the complete opposites of the Marion Streets, right? Right, Inganis. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. And Inganes, if you wanted to share your fabulous oil painted stuff one more time, please go ahead. But yeah, Inganes, they will set up on you super fast. And that's actually what makes them easier to use for sure. Lighten that up a little bit there. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. I'm gonna maybe roll with this and see what this is gonna look like here. Man, unless we want to go darker, which is something we could do. Let's see. Actually, surface tension, I think you need sunrise gray, sunset gray, moonlight gray. Yeah, no, I think those are some of the other new gray colors. And now again, most of these paints are only available in Welshlandia. And they don't export those out at all. And again, of course, cadmium gray, gray shade. That is a rare find in terms of pigments there. Touch more of our light on that, and then this too. Got these crazy little straps here. It's like he's got some kind of weird, almost like looking like gills there or something on the warg over here. So again, 2 hours 48 minutes ago, we had Zippo paint on this. Now I have a feeling that the other one is going to be a little quicker. Of course, we could have done a white warg or something like that for this guy who clearly is some kind of a champion or something like that. As we might say. You got this pouch over here. We wants to get something on that maybe. Also over here on these. a little bit of our. Nope, that's got a whole bunch of paint on there. Let's do this instead. Let's get that stuff off of there. There we go. So see you later there, surface tension. As always, thanks for being here. And have yourselves a fabulous Saturday. We'll see you on Sunday there. Surface tension. Again, we'll be painting the other one of these. And of course, it's also going to be following up a fabulous college football Saturday. We got tons of big games. Lots of big games are going to be happening. No, that's too much of the bluish gray we need. There we are. Now we do need some of that maybe over here. Now we'll try something lighter perhaps. Might even get my the fast mat weight out here too. See you later, there's surface tension. And of course, on our fabulous college football Saturday, it's all going to be covered on the Wappelville Sports Network. That's where we report the news before it is news. I mean, we better. We got a whole studio for it right here. Where's our studio there? There it is. Look at that fabulous Wappelville Sports Network studio. Against Swampton. The Swampton Crocs still there in first place, followed closely by their fierce arch rivals, the Barton Barristers. Yes, indeed. No sporting event escapes the eyes of the Wappelville Sports Network. Except for the stuff we miss. I wonder that was too late on that. No, actually not too bad. Not so bad there. We shall do a little more up here, like this. Also here. Yep, there we go. Now on the lips here. Let me see if we can make this a little later. We got this violet stuff going on. Yeah, look where my hand is. Nowhere near that metal ferrule, right? Nowhere near that metal ferrule. Don't want to lose that green there, so we gotta be careful about that. Now, get what I might do here is I might refresh on the medicine because we are running low on that. Maybe even steal ourselves another cough drop or something. We shall return, of course. Because, well, now that we're in hour 3, some of that also, remember, that's where we do our brushstroke management. So hour 3, that's where we start going back and saying, nah, alright, that's a little bit rough right there. Maybe there's a little too much of something. We kind of go back in and we make little corrections here and there. Now, thanks, Camda. It's really tricky, right? Because you wouldn't expect. It's almost like the Ossiarchs or something like that, where the things are kind of made of bone as opposed to I don't know. It's hard to describe. I'm going to do a little bit more of the maybe the lighter stuff here on this. And that is kind of like a skill. I thought first it was just like a headdress type thing, but I'm not so sure about that. I don't think so. So much appreciated there, Camja. Fine, we'll get a little bit of the light out that way. And then this too, we got to get these a little later. Yep, something like that. And there's a couple extra little lights over there too. Alright, so we shall be back here again. We want to, I think some more, oh yeah, some more lights over here on that part of this skeleton there. Possibly, maybe a couple few extra little darks down in it, and then we gotta do some more stuff here. And now we gotta get some more of our leather colors in there. I think they also, I don't know, they show part of that also being metal. So don't go anywhere. We shall return. We'll be right back here, just like the sign says. Sorry about that, Megan. Didn't mean to miss you there. That was not the greatest of timing, but we do have more. At least we got more medicine because we needed to have some more of that. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna get. Well, fine. We'll just put some of the Naphtol red out here. We don't need much of it, just a little teensy bit. There's our. Yeah, look, yeah, Gane's that floral orange that was put out there good, like about an hour or so ago, and it's definitely it's looking a little bit peaked there. Maybe not quite so yellow there, a little bit more there, something like that. I guess we'll try to break this down even more. So tonight it's the new style of medicine. It's the Monster Energy drink. Was that the Viking Berry or whatever? The hope is that it prevents sleep streaming, which has nearly happened several times already. That's why we went and got ourselves some more of that. I wonders, I might even. I need to get that the fast mat white out here too. Because yeah, Camden today involved a very early morning to try and do that little march to the post office there. Because that takes a while when it's about 6 miles away. So in Ganesh, you got the Pearline Crimson too. And Ganesh, technically, I think some of those, remember the Zygomores? I think technically some of those are still wet. We sort of did a little bit of a cheat thing on them, and I ended up like putting some acrylics over the top, which kind of semi-masked the fact that they were still sort of, well, wet. Well, that one sounds good there, Camja. Now, the other thing I also have is the Mountain Dew Kickstart ones. So those, ironically enough, oh yeah, one of those is mango. Yeah, the Mountain Dew Kickstart, I think it's like a mango orange or something like that. So that's, so great minds think alike there, Camja. Okay, now we got ourselves a little something different color-wise there. Now we got some of that yellow in there. Yeah, now I'm starting to feel like there's a little something different color-wise. They're separating from everything else. This oval in here needs. So that's our asphaltum there. And I'm gonna do some glazy stuff with that here. Like that, and maybe a little. I wonder, maybe, let me try some, almost a hint of some rust or something like that in the armor here. I wonder if that might work. Let me mix some of that up. That might just actually, yeah. Maybe we'll do something like that. Maybe some over here. Not a ton. No, definitely not with all the, the reddish browns that we've got in the warg's fur, skin, whatever. We don't want too much of it there. And now what we might do is take some of this green, maybe some of this. And we'll try something a little bit different here. Again, maybe something that's a bit more on an angle here instead of rounded, because the last time that we're doing that rounded stuff didn't really seem too appropriate. Start like this. And yeah, if we don't like it, we'll just kind of get rid of it. You know what, maybe let me try something different here. So once again, we are going to wipe out something we don't like. Gee, that was super hard, wasn't it? That was incredibly difficult. We shall try this again. Let me see if I can take a quick little look at. Oh, here's my reference there. Ah, okay, that's what we can do. All right. We'll take this, and we're gonna do what would normally be our circular type network. Then we're just gonna straighten it out and make it all a bunch of squares. Like this. We let it kind of blend in with the skin there. And that will come kind of down like so. We'll take another little look-see there at what we got. Okay, so that's how we can make that work, all right? Have that go little hook right there. And then some other shapes in here. Maybe something across, maybe not too much of that, maybe not too much of that. Put another something over here. Like that. We'll maybe try to build off of that. This way. More little shapes or something in there. No, let's get rid of that. Gotta be willing to say, you know what, let's just get rid of that. Try something different. And sometimes it's just where the design happens to fall might not be the best either. So that's where maybe again you do a little bit of a change or something. It could be the design is fine, it's just where it's falling on the character just doesn't mesh very well. Nice to see their Sea Dragon. Hey, Renlor. And of course, Clinton Arts. So, Clinton Arts, how you doing? Renlor, Clinton Arts, if you guys want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you. Of course, happy Saturday now. So, Sea Dragon, I hope that you're doing well there. And Renlor, hopefully all the projects are still going well. All the way down, maybe like that. And then stop there. So we want this to be squared off, not a circular shape. We want that to be squared off there. So maybe more of a diamond shape, I guess. Now let's just get some of our fur slash skin color to take some of that away, like this. Now we're getting there. Get rid of that too. So again, hopefully all is well there, Sea Dragon. Appreciate you being here. And we'll stick with that. We'll stick with something like that. All the way down to that, and then over this way. And just like our Aragorn that we did, right? We're gonna go back over this to effectively kind of shade it in a way. We're gonna take out a little bit more of that. Square this off too. And that got a little wonky there. And remember, we erased this a couple of times. Might even make the shoulder a little bit darker here so that shows up some more. Yeah, making some adjustments based on what we've added now here with this little little bit of freehand. Glad that things are going well there, Sea Dragon. So this is the first of two Warg Riders and Clinton Arts. Of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And again, we did ourselves last night a whole bunch of spacescapes. That was just one of the 4 spacescapes that we did. We're going to have to create some more of the raw materials during the week here somehow, so that we can do some more fabulous, more fabulous spacescapes. All right, let me go back into this. Now that we've got this stuff here, we're going to modify what we were painting shadow-wise. Remember I said we don't want to get too enamored with what's already the shading of the shoulder there, because if we're going to do stuff like this, It's probably going to wipe some of that out anyhow. So glad things are going well. Let me take some more of the. There we go. Some of this, and now a little bit more of our gray there. That's it. Because that's in the shadow area there. We gotta not just make that a little darker, but give it a slightly different tone there. Definitely want to do that on this area. More of the Payne's gray. That's a little too dark there. Now we got it. Now we're getting there. This also over here needs to be a little darker. It's in shadow. Now we will come back later with our actual fast matte white. That's gonna make a big difference. So I appreciate everybody being here. We've got another one of these guys that we'll do on our very next stream. So 3 hours and 17 minutes ago, this is what he looked like right there. Just took the black Steiner Res, the red brown Steiner Res, mixed them together. We had that color Steiner Res, and then we did our lighter dry brushy stuff, and then we did the glazy things, and now we've been doing this kind of stuff in the mid-tones and maybe some extra highlights. We just kind of, here we were adding some little bits of free-handy stuff. How's about up here? Maybe we try something similar there. Some angular designs that go around and down. Where did that come from? That's going this way. Nice to see you there, Epic Cheese. Happy Saturday there, Cheese. Appreciate you being here. Here's hoping that your Saturday's off to a fabulous start. Nice to see you there too, Jet. So Jet, hopefully, actually Jet, if you've been able to paint some stuff, you wanted to share some stuff, please go ahead. Hopefully with retirement there, you've been able to again get some nice painting going. Gonna do the same thing again. We're trying to just get these kind of angular designs like so. As we welcome in Paint Water Samadi. How you doing there, Paint Water? So Paint Water. Now, how many hobbitses were you painting on stream there? I saw you painting a hobbit there, Paint Water. Everybody please give Paint Water Sommelier a follow. And of course, Paint Water, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? That would be fabulous. We are working on the first of 2 of our WarCrow Warg Riders here. So these are from Corvus Belli. We just started them 3 hours and 19 minutes ago. There we are. And Paint Water, here's another one of our fabulous, on Monday, we did another Battlestar. That is Battlestar Hades. Right there, a little bit of a different, little different than that. And then, of course, we did a whole bunch of spacescapes on our Thursday stream. So we took one painting that it kind of just been a little bit of basic airbrush, then we chopped it into 4 pieces, and then we created 4 individual spacescapes out of it like so. So we had a lot of fun doing that on the stream last night. Then again, everybody please give Paintwater Smalley a follow. So the whole batch of hobbits is there. Now, oh, here we go. There's Bilbo Stabbins with his fabulous pumpkins there. That's Bilbo Stabbins. We also have Bilbo Bananigans. And then, of course, Mayor Shenanigans there. So again, I know you just finished the stream there. Uh, so you might not have pictures of those guys right now. But if you want to share any other ones in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So again, we're going to add some of our fast matte white here. So yeah, we've got 24 spacescapes now. Paint water. Yeah, there's 24 of those bad boys. There's a whole ton of them. Here, let me move this over here. I mean, it's almost like playing cards now. These were the ones we did last week here. So it was obviously a little different color theme to them there. So yeah, and then of course we had these guys. There's our fiery ones right here. Yeah, there's some fiery spacescapes there. Look at that, all very orangey, and we had some violet ones there too. So see you later there, Jet. Oh, geez, well, congratulations there, Jet. Congratulations, safe travels, and well, have fun at the convention too, of course. So take care there, Jet. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared. And everybody, again, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow if you could. That would be super. So great to see you there, Epic Cheese. Hopefully everything goes well. Okay, and we're just going to try and get a little bit lighter something here on the war paint. They're not everywhere, of course, because we want parts of that to be in shadow. Now, I'm glad that you've been able to get a whole bunch of hobbits done, because you need a whole bunch of them, right, Paintwater? So Paintwater, let's see, I printed out the entire City of the Dead. That's all printed out now. I also printed out basically, the Palace of Minas Tirith. I also printed out an entire, Imperial barracks for my Dol Amroth army. And now I'm actually starting to print out essentially the whole kind of gate complex there for Minas Tirith. I basically just am using, for the most part, the Conquest Creations version. Now again, it doesn't necessarily look exactly like it, say not like, what is it, Dark Realms. But the Dark Realms, essentially the whole, Gondor Fountain Court complex would, I think by its calculation, take 501 hours to print. So yeah, we're not doing that. So glad that you do it well there, Epic Cheese. Come on, a little more light. There we go. There we are. And again, everybody check out the Hobbitses. Check out the Hobbitses that Paintwater Sommelier posted. Fabulous Hobbit goodness. I still got to paint tons more Hobbits here. I think we have a few dozen of them, but that's not really a whole lot of Hobbits, is it, Paintwater? Yeah, that's not too many Hobbits there. So yeah, we've got some fabulous Warg Riders here. So we got the orcs up here, and then we got the wargs there. Here again, this is the one we will be painting up on the next stream, which is, well, basically later today. Now, this one we had to do an actual base for it. That's a piece of tree bark and then some other Make It Epic basing, and and paint water. I think you saw the new Wapelius Spellbrush figure. We made this in Eldritch Foundry. We painted this up last week. There again, there's your Book of Wapple right there. There's the magic palette. Of course, there's all the magic fluorescent paints there too. And well, eventually on our fabulous college football Saturdays, we got more things that we made on Eldritch Foundry here. So yeah, we got ourselves some actual gridiron grates here. Look at that, a D-alignment and full 3-point stance right there. I thought maybe we'd be doing those tomorrow, but I'm trying to get a whole bunch of them printed out for our fabulous college football Saturday extravaganzas. We've we've already got some teams, some college teams made up that we're going to be having some fun with. That's it. We have the Swampton Crocs, the Barton Barristers. They're fierce rivals with each other. I don't know. Maybe this chain is going to be too late. Well, we can always come back with our Payne's Gray and we can knock that down a little bit too. Now, Eldritch Foundry, very nifty. Now, of course, it's going to be very stylized. But then our very first Wapilius figure from Artisan Guild. Well, Artisan Guild is kind of stylized, and we do have a new version that I made of him. He actually has CAD, actually a couple of different versions of CAD now. His little familiar there, who by rule always has to be painted in cadmium red. That is literally by rule. He must be painted in cadmium red, at least some form of him has to be done with cadmium red. He's trying to add a couple more little lights to that. Now this is the stage where we kind of cleaning some things up, adding some stuff, or erasing things, because we've certainly done a lot of erasing. We've definitely done some erasing. And remember, things like this this over here, we'll be adding our blood drips and stuff to that. Speaking of which, do I still have that over here? I think it's on the ground here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Because yeah, we'll get this, and maybe not the Pearling Crimson, but we'll mix ourselves up some blood to use here, and then when we do our snow effects, yeah, we're gonna wait for this to all dry, and then we're gonna do some fabulous snow and some blood effects on it as well. Yeah, Camda, well, I mean, even when it came to playing board games or whatever there, Camda, people would have all their little neat stacks of everything, all super organized, and Kathy and I would just have this very chaotic, just massive stuff just laying there in a pile. And it would definitely serve to intimidate the opponents, because you could tell they were kind of twitching over there. Because they had all their stuff in those neat little stacks, and we had ours very chaotically placed every which way. Let's see if I can't now maybe catch a few little things of the armor here. Unless that's going to be too light. So yeah, they would have all kinds of very neatly arranged whatever. And we just had a big old pile of whatever in front of us. me see if we can't maybe even skip a little bit more light on these guys here. Not so much on the skin tone there, I don't think. Maybe lighten you up just a bit more there, sure. Now, Paintwater, is this another one of those weekends where you've got an event at the store again? I think it's the monthly tournaments, right, Paintwater? Get something a little lighter in there now. Not really sure what's happening when I'm going to take this as a blending brush here. We're just going to hit this to make some of that a little darker here. Because that's getting a little too light. Alright, now we can come back to this. So 500 points next weekend, which, well, that means you still need a whole bunch of hobbitses, right, Paintwater? Now, Paintwater, does that also include, like, the traps and everything? Because I've never actually had a chance to make a hobbit army. And we're doing this. There, a little bit more light on that, maybe. Now, let's take maybe... Let me get a little bit of the... Fine, we'll do some Pearline Crimson then. Whatevs. Let's get that out on the palette. Oh, that's very cool there. Because I just painted. I was on 4th. That's right. I was on. Was it 4th of July? Yeah, I think it was 4th of July. Paintwater. We painted Gandalf and the cart because of, well, the fireworks. Yes, that's right. That was the one. Was it from Printing Goes Ever On? I think it might have been. Yeah. Now, did you use the printed one there? No, that's right. I think you painted the actual one, Paintwater. I can't quite remember, sorry. So that's going to give us a little bit of translucency to that. Get this back again. More of our Pearline Crimson. And then again, some of our Alkit Medium. Oh, with the fail cast one. Oh my goodness. My sympathies there, Paintwater. My sympathies. That had to be excessively painful. Yikes! That just reeks of ouch. Well, again, everybody, please check out the link there that Paintwater Smalley just shared, and please give Paintwater Smalley a follow as well. I'm gonna chuck a little bit more of that there. So there we go. We got ourselves a little bit of something happening here on the blade there. Now we'll have again the blood on the snow, which is not on there yet. And then we'll do the dirty down to try and create some blood drips off of this here, and then of course off of our wargs, chompers here. Gee whiz, well, I think the last Forge World stuff I tried to work on was the Karn Doom or whatever guys, which of course then they wiped out. What was it? Oh yeah, the Dunlending. That's right. Some of the Dunlendings heroes, they wiped them out too. Well, you got Papal 3D stuff too, right? Paintwater. Actually, I just printed up all of his Urukai stuff. Yeah, so we're doing the Urukai. Just got those. Another build plate of those printed up. So yep, Kanda. This is the same. Let's see. We used it for the rats. I know the Trench Crusade. That's it, Camda. Remember the Trench Crusade army painting series? There was that big Primarch guy or something, Camda. Remember we did him. Yeah. So there's we'll be doing the blood drips and all that kind of stuff with the dirty down. And where is it? Oh, the Navarrete Studios one. Here we go. Yeah, we did this one. I think it was last week. We did the. I never actually painted an LSR paint water. In all the years, 20 plus years of Lord of the Rings figures, never did an LSR. So that was my first one. Now, what's nice, paint water, it seems like every army that he does, he also does a set of casualties. I mean, not necessarily absolutely all the time, but there does seem to be some casualties that he'll do. Because I've got Urukai casualties printed out. Those are going to go on, obviously, on my Rohan guys there, I believe. Yeah, Epic Cheese, there's even, for much larger applications, there's also the spray cans, too. So for, say, like that terrain, you've got the dirty down sprays. You got the verdigris, kind of like the Swedish chef. You got the blood stuff. You got the slime stuff there. You got the rust. You got dirt. And you can mix those together. Nope, 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 nope. Let me take that. Okay, there we go. That is better. Cam to here. These are a little. They're definitely kind of unusual, but I figure with Rohan, right, they can just be stomping on them, kind of like our. Remember the Wolves of Isengard that we did that had all the casual. Well, that's why I'm trying to. That's why I printed out so many, because we're going to be doing the Wolves of Isengard army painting series, which definitely means we need lots of casualties for them. No, we're just about there again. Now that's gonna have some shine to it, right? Just like this has some shine. It has some translucency to it, and then we'll hit it with the dirty down to create some drips actively coming down off of said sword there. Whoops, not. We don't want that in the rust. That would not be helpful. Just need to really get that stuff out of there. And then move all the way over here as far away from that stuff as possible. Little bit of rust going on in there. Just a little touch of it there. Not too much on that blade, but this is where I wanted some here on that, because these should probably be all rusted there. Okay, and I think that's it. Take some, there we go, some of our Van Dyke brown here. Back to a little bit of a blending brush action there. Actually, the Aragorn session that is now up on the YouTube channel. Again, that is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That's where all of our sessions are going to go to live now, since they can't be on Twitch anymore. So paint water, it's definitely these guys were okay because very bulky, right? The other ones, can I actually even reach them, or are they okay? Maybe they're not unreachable. Now these guys, I haven't primed them yet. Too hard to reach. But anything with a spear or something like that, paint water, that is going to be, well, tricksy at best. So again, something like this, it's very beefy and solid, that's one thing. But it does seem like things that are a little bit more on the dainty side, that's going to be maybe more potentially problematic. So Pendrake, they took away all the highlights. So, well, you can have 100 hours of highlights, which is not terribly useful when you've got 5,349 hours of highlights. So that basically means they're gone. And now the advantage of the YouTube channel is that now there's a playlist. And if you want to find something, all you got to do is just find the right playlist. So if you want to see like the Spacescapes or something like that, you just go there. Hey there, Recoil. Great to see you again, Recoil. I hope that all is well. Hopefully Mom and Squeak are doing very well here in the afternoon there. So yeah, Pendrake, all of them have gone to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, including that Aragorn you just saw. Well, they haven't all gone there. I can only post them there a little bit at a time. I'm trying slowly to get all the old sessions over there because they all need graphics and such. So I have to find the old ones that I did for them, and then kind of update those, and then try to post that again to the new YouTube channel. So again, great to see you there, Recoil. Let me lighten this up a little bit here too. Also there a little bit. To start doing some stuff on the hands. Now again, I don't know The only scopes that I have that are WarCrow are just the big giant ones. So I don't know if the smaller ones are also that or if they're plastic. Now, recoil, it looks like Adelaide, after winning like 8 or 9 games in a row, managed to lose both of their chances in finals footy. So they are out. I think Hawthorn beat them by 34 or something like that. But hopefully the NRL stuff is going to be a good watch. Hopefully you get some good games there. Here we're getting ready for a super big day of college football. In fact, the first games start in a little over 8 hours. So what's wild, recoil, is that these are, well, Warg Riders. Here, no, there we go. So these are from WarCrow, and so Northern Tribes Warg Riders. There you go. So now they have them as they show them there as blue. We're doing a little something different. Now more like our Werewargs there, recoil. So remember these guys here. It's a little something more like, not quite the full-on Maori tattoos, but something like that there. And of course, our recoil, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Like always. Now, let me maybe take some of this blue and some of that. And have that maybe in some of the shadows. And of course, what, 3 hours, 47 minutes ago, there was no paint on either the Warg or the Warg Rider. So Pendrake, there's a bunch that have a lot of. There's obviously the big ones, right? You got your. Well, we'll see. The one I'm actually most keenly interested in, Texas A&M always seems to disappoint. So, I mean, maybe, who knows? But the game that I'm really looking at is that's going to be South Florida and Miami. Because South Florida, after just derailing Florida last week, that's going to be a big one. Now, can they do the same thing? Because, of course, Miami, now they're not going to be quite caught by surprise, say maybe the way the Gators were. So that's kind of the one I'm really looking at again. That the nighttime game is a bit, and then of course, well, Georgia, Tennessee. Maybe Tennessee is better. I'm not sure. But we'll see what the new look Georgia is like as well. Now, of course, there's some other. There could be some real ugly things like Northwestern and Oregon. That could be one of those 70-0 type of games right there. I mean, you never know, but yeah, something tells me that will not end well for Northwestern. Now, there's another little trap game. There's LSU and Florida. Now, Florida may want to just kind of mess up LSU's season, and the way that South Florida just messed up theirs. So that is not a gimme. I know that Florida's not even ranked. Florida went from, I believe, the number, were they number 10? Maybe they were number 13 or something like that. They are not even in the top 25. And again, we will cover all that fabulous college football action for you on the Wampelville Sports Network. Yes, there it is, the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open. You can switch teams during the play if you want, as long as you got yourself a helmet and a uniform. Basically, anything goes in the APCC. Yes, where fierce regional rivals like Stanford and Syracuse square off every week. And for those that may not know, that would be sort of like Melbourne and Perth facing off every week. That's they're not exactly close, but now they're in the same conference because that makes sense. So that is that is the way of things. Now in college football, you know what? That all got a little too loud. Let's take that whole thing down. Also this, yeah, that's like same color as the Warg there. We don't want that. Let's get rid of that. Also, maybe some of that line. Now let's come back into this maybe with. There we go. There's our radiant violet. Yeah, we sort of created that last season, Paint Water, when we started to see this conference realignment. First noticed it when the Big Ten became 18 schools, when the Pac 12 became 3 schools, when the Pac 12 now is also 18 schools. Or sorry, the Big 12, yeah, is now 18 teams as well. So the math gets a little bit interesting when it comes to college football these days. And that is why we created the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. Just because your school is in Madagascar, it doesn't mean you should not be part of a college football Saturday. And of course, you should probably be playing teams from the West Coast, because that makes sense. I just can't wait for the first game when, say, something like a USC or a UCLA or an Oregon or whatever has to play at Penn State in a snowstorm. That will be entertaining. Especially with the college playoff. I think we had a few games last season that were a bit frosty. There was a couple of teams that they're not used to a stiff breeze and 40 degrees, much less snow. Alright, we're doing a little bit more of the light along the edges of those. So we're just about at the 4-hour mark. Again, there was no paint on this when we started. Now, actually, paint water, I think it was not this last Saturday, but the Saturday before. I think we painted, I think about 8 or 9 of the new Army of the Dead. Well, not new, but from a Papal 3D. to add to our army of the dead count there. Now, actually, paint water, believe it or not, I don't think I've ever painted a single Urukai. It was just kind of like that Ellis. Yeah, I never painted an Ellis. I don't think I've ever painted an Urukai. That was right, because Kathy had the Urukai. She painted those. So Epic Cheese says it's going to be a little bit toasty up there in Minnesota. That sounds a right bit warm up there. Now, is that in southern Epic Cheese? Is that going to be in southern Minnesota, or is that up by Minneapolis there? Nice to see you there, Slang. Sleepy Slang, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you, of course, as always. So that is King Elisar, that is Aragorn as King of Gondor. So essentially that's kind of when the Fourth Age begins, when Aragorn takes over as king. Because, yeah, it's kind of weird sometimes, right? Right, Epic Cheese. It can be really toasty way up north. Of course, we have this little air conditioner in the form of a 900-foot deep bathtub here. But you never know. Who knows? Maybe it'll be warm here too. I have no idea. Actually, was it warm there today, Epic Cheese? Because it was only about 83 here, maybe. What do we got? Is that, oh, that's part of our markings there on him. Get some more of this Payne's gray here. Yeah, definitely didn't get into the 40s here. There was maybe a little bit of 60s-ish. Alright, we're going to take it this way now and then do another little angled bit this way. Like that. I'm just going to have to use his tail as a little bit of a balancing thing there. Alright, we'll get this going this way. Another little line up here. Now, I know there was a couple of times Epic Cheese, and this was earlier in the year. Kathy's mom and sister, they said they were getting a lot of the wildfire smoke. We only got a tiny, tiny bit of that this year. But yeah, they've had themselves some hefty wildfire smoke over the last 2 years. Where's my, there it is. Let's get some of that into here. We got some more armor bits up there. I was wondering about that. Epic cheese. Yeah, we had a couple of days. Last summer was much more with the wildfire smoke. Except there was one day this summer where, or was it late spring? I don't know, it was maybe late spring or something like that. It was the worst. Oh, it was a dust storm. That's it, Epic Cheese. Yeah, we had a dust storm here that was the worst one since the 1930s. Yeah, so basically the worst since the Dust Bowl era. So this is the new some of the new stuff from WarCrow. These are some Warg Riders here. So where's it? This is the one we'll be doing on our next stream. Well, basically later today. Right there. So there's another Warg Rider. These again are from WarCrow. We got the box here somewhere. There it is. There you go. So the Northern Tribes Warg Riders. There they are. The epic cheese. That's gotta be really crazy. They haven't really. Well, they've been been at their cabin a bunch too up north. But yeah, for whatever reason, Epic Cheese, very little of the wildfire smoke down here. I don't know why. Wouldn't have necessarily expected as much as what you guys were having up there, but definitely would have expected some. I think it's maybe a little bit bigger, maybe 32 to 35 they're slaying. Yeah, well, it's definitely not conquest scale. Maybe shatter point scale there, Sleepy Slang. Yeah, the last WarCrow figure that I remember painting was well over 20 years ago, I think. They've been out of existence pretty much most of that time. So Shatterpoint is definitely bigger than 32. Yes, indeed. Because, here we go, well, maybe, I don't know, that one's kind of leaning over there. I'm just looking for one that's not, well, okay, we'll go with this. So yeah, and she's really leaning down. She's still taller than Gandalf right there. So they're probably at least 32 to 35-ish. So yeah, this I could see this maybe being 40 millimeter. Now again, all I've seen now, yeah, the two human guys, yeah, they're pretty, they're fairly large. The horsies are, well, let's put it this way. In comparison, to the horses that from the WarCrow stuff, this is kind of like a large dog by comparison. Again, not quite as dramatic as say Conquest. So they must be having a lot of cookouts there, Epic Cheese. Man, there must be lots of cookouts going on or something up there. Cause yeah, even in Minneapolis, they haven't. Well, they live at White Bear Lake, so I don't think that would be all that much different than, say, Minneapolis. Let me try to etch out some of that. Okay, there we go. Now here we need something, I think, lighter. Let me maybe grab some of this. Ah, there we go. Some of our orange, maybe. And let's get maybe some a little lighter here. Back to our, yeah, we got some of our radiant, not radiant, radiant violet in there. So when there wasn't sure if you've had a time to mess around with the oils some more. Hopefully you've had a little bit of time to work on some of your miniatures projects. I know there was some interruptions. Had lots of family stuff to do. Sorry you haven't had a chance to do that there, Benor. I know that can be a little bit frustrating. Yeah, let's try to. Okay, we're in hour 4 now, so we're doing some cleanup stuff here. Little bit of cleanup here and there. Like this here. Okay, maybe a little touch of our later stuff right there on his arm, whatever, so to speak. That, and let me get some of the yellow maybe. More of this, more bone or whatever here. So Rindler, maybe again, like we talked about that one time in the when Camden was kind of looking to get a little bit of a refresh there, maybe an inconsequential miniature, something that has nothing to do with contests, nothing to do with anything. Just grab something and throw some paint on it. Let me see, anything there? Nope. I was just looking at my my reference there on these guys. Now this over here, let me take our Van Dyke Brown and some of this. Let's see if we can do some dry brush stuff over this. Because that's all just kind of one mass of dark right now. We don't want that. Here's some of our violet. A little bit of the green turns that into even more of a gray. Then we'll try and maybe even go a little lighter here. More of this, no more of the white there. All right. Yeah, there we go. Just a little something on there to lighten that up. And oh, we might do that here, maybe. Gotta be careful. Can't do too much of that there. That here gets a little weird as it gets down to hereabouts. So yeah, Pendrake, just something like that. Just a Reaper Bones fig that you might have even painted over once or twice or something like that, just because you were using it as a warm-up thing or whatever's. Now that's okay, Sleepy Slang, because we have the autocorrect monster. Yes, you can take vengeance on the autocorrect monster now. If your post is unjustly modified by the autocorrect monster, you can again take revenge against him. He wants to lurk in the dark corners. You can expose him to the light of day. I'm sure you got yourself some chat points there. Again, use them on the autocorrect monster. I want, you know what, here, let's go into here. Now, let me get some more of the green. So that will turn that into sort of a gray, not too much of a gray. Here, let's do this. That's better. The darks there, the darks are just too dark in that gray. Now I think we can start fooling around with some of the lighter stuff. Let me, fine, we'll use you as a blending brush, whatever. So there he is again. If the autocorrect monster once again messes around with your post, well, say fine, okay. You wanna play that? You wanna play? We'll play this way. We're gonna expose you. We're gonna show you to the world there and identify you. You'll never be able to hide again. So there you go. Take revenge on the autocorrect monster. Because he's doing that on your keyboard. You can see that. He is messing around with your
So say
keyboard.
we all.
No, thanks. I appreciate that, Slang. Thank you so much. That is much appreciated. Yeah, Slang, I haven't had a chance, but I've been trying to figure out a way to maybe have a plushie made out of him. I also was hoping, now I don't think we'll be able to do it via Eldritch Foundry, but I was hoping to have some kind of a, even if it was a bust or something like that. So thanks, Sleepy Slang, appreciate that. I think you already had a chance to share your stuff, right, in the chat there. And if not, please go ahead do that. Nah, that don't go there. Let's get rid of that. Gotta get rid of that, and now let's try coming back into here. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Sleepy Slang just shared. A whole bunch of super fabulous miniatures. Actually, Slank, now is the shoulder and stuff been doing okay? I know that there was kind of another round, and then you were kind of recovering from that, and then that kind of happened. Another thing popped up. But I think you were starting to actually get some painting in again, right, Sleepy Slang? Ah, that's good. That is good. Actually, Slang, I got myself. I haven't even had a chance to use it because well, the last time, I mean, other than sitting down here to do the streams, that's the only time I get to sit down. But I got an anodyne thing for my knee. It's as much just kind of a little massager type thing as it is, you know. We'll see what kind of benefit that will have. Obviously, it's something you got to use over and over and over again to really get the benefit from it. yeah, that's a little bit like an open invitation to the universe, right? To kind of mess around with you again, to say that, oh yeah, everything's cool now, and the universe kind of says, wait, what'd you just say there? I can arrange it so that it's not that way anymore if you want. That's pretty much what the universe does. Now we're going to take some of this. We're going to just do some dry, brushy things. I think on the ends of the antlers here, like so. Also here. There we are. You know what? Let me get a little touch of, whoops. That was supposed to be a little bit, not quite that much, of the Mars yellow deep into that. Do I have another one of the? Yes, I do. That I can use for a blending blending brush here. I did definitely keep that head down, right? Paint water, or sorry, right? Sleepiest thing in Earth, Michael, because it'll find you. Yeah, don't put the head above the parapet. That's how that goes. Because the universe will just tear that right off. Did you ever get the feeling that you were an ant on the sidewalk and that there was somebody with a big old magnifying glass? And that's well, that might feel like that in the summer too, but which, oh yeah, that's right, sleepy slang. Yeah, in our on our Flat Thursday challenges, we don't bring happy trees into existence. We bring whole planets and star systems. We also blink them out. Yeah, sometimes the universe we create and we destroy. So again, here, just we are not pedestrian. We don't just do mountain ranges. We do entire planets, solar systems, galaxies. That's what we bring into existence with the oil paints here. Well, we also travel the universe. This was our latest BSG ship. We got one more that we'll do before we head back to our 1800 scale ships. Epic Cheese, like the phrase goes, Earth first, we'll strip mine the other planets later. Let's get some more of this dark over here, maybe. There used to actually be a t-shirt. I'm sure there probably is still the t-shirt, but there was I think a t-shirt that had that. And that was from a long time ago. Oh, yeah, let me get some of that back here. Get rid of that. That's better. Get the yellow ochre out of this here, or Mars yellow deep, however you want to see it. Nah, not so much down there. Again, we got our blood splatter up there, and we're going to take the dirty down, and we're going to enhance all that, add to it. Where's my Payne's Gray? So that would be Battlestar Galactica. It all started with Galactica Actual. I think we've done 7 ships so far. So this was the very first one. Battlestar Galactica herself. And then we kind of marched on. All the files are free on Thingiverse that we've been working with. They're not necessarily the easiest things to print out because they're just one-piece files. He has a bunch of Babylon 5 stuff too, but that is mostly unprintable. I would imagine Epic Cheese, they'll probably do that. And now it'll probably suffer the same fate as, was it Aeronautica Imperius? I think that's also now probably a dead game again. It seemed like they were doing a lot with it. Again, I have no idea. I don't even know what they're doing with MESBG anymore. We kind of have our own version of MESBG here now. So yeah, that is about as small as you can possibly print those BSG ships. If you try any smaller, it's gonna, well, it's hard enough as it is, because there's an awful lot of those secondary turrets on those things, and it's really tough to get those to print out even at that size. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works, right, Epic Cheese? It's almost like they have somebody that's watching. Are we doing this or we're doing this here? This here. Blending, well, we'll just use this as a blending brush, whatever. So yeah, I've kind of pretty much lost track of all things MESBG. No idea what's happening with that right now. I wonder, is that going to be too light there? Not. Yeah, maybe not. A little bit of that on this. A little bit of it there. We're going to take some of that line away. Yeah, they have their ways of finding out, right? Right, Epic Cheese. That maybe needs to be a little light. This two right here. You know, I'm going to get rid of that. That's we've done that a couple of times. Just either erased the freehand and kind of started again, or just got, in that case, just got rid of what was there, and that was it. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Camda, if you wanted to share some of your stuff there, fabulous oil painted miniatures, and everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Camda is also just starting to do the streaming thing. So again, Camda, best of luck on all the streams there, of course. Let me do this. Maybe a little something lighter up here. Everybody check out that Instagram. Yeah, Instagram link that Camda just shared. And then everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Lighter here? Sure. that a little bit later up there. Yeah, just like our white tree of Gondor, we do have some shading on that. Here, let me go back to our green again. Maybe a little bit of this. Nope, gotta get more thinner into that. Darken this down a little bit. Also make it a little bit less of the skin tone color. Let's get a little bit something lighter here. Come on. Now this over here, we need to get something much lighter there. We have some of our actual fast matte white up here. Let's grab some of that maybe. Throw a few little taps of some lighter stuff there. On some of these metals here. We do have some more of them over here. Like this. Come on. What about on the back? It's really, that is kind of in shadow to be making those that light. Yeah, I think we'll just leave those be. We won't mess around with those. And a little extra there. Now, oh, we can't do it. You're still fixing to do your stream there later today there. Recoil, it's a box of two. This guy, he must be, I mean, he's got the big, well, he's got the big antler thing here, right, on him, so he must be the champion. But it was a box of two. So it was these two guys in the box. There wasn't a third one. It was the same thing with the other Cav unit for the human faction or whatever. It was just the two guys. So I'm not sure how that works. Now maybe somebody that plays WarCrow could give us a little hint about that. More of it, yeah, here, let's get a little bit more of that light in here. But he's definitely some kind of champion, for sure. I mean, I suppose, this warg is in a more dramatic position, maybe, than the other warg is. Ooh, yeah, yeah, almost didn't see that. Ooh, over here too, okay. Fine, get those. What is happening with these guys here? It's really supposed to be more shadow. We shouldn't mess with that too much. Thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. I never got a chance to try and create a few references of these, Recoil. It was getting so late, I just said, nah, let's just go ahead and do this. That's why I kind of ended up saying, well, okay, fine. We'll just kind of go with what we did in a way with the werewargs there. Since this is all going to be snow, there's going to be a big old batch of snow here all around, and then we're going to do the blood effects into the snow, and then we're going to do the blood drips and all that kind of stuff. We haven't played with the dirty down yet. And between these, between the Urukai, we're trying to basically create a whole bunch of figures that will need the dirty, all the different types of dirty down. Not just the blood effects, but also like the rust stuff and other things too. And see what kind of what things we can learn from it. No idea how that's going to play out. Eventually, kind of hoping that I can get my hands on the sprays and maybe use that on some of our terrain. You know what? That is going to also be maybe a lighter gray there. Maybe even some texture or something like that on these. We have no real shape there. I'm going to just throw some of that, and now let's go. There's some of our violet. There's some of our dark there, and that's going to go down into the crevices here. Now we already had some of the dark there. I think this is the one we're missing a little bit of our dark over here. So yeah, Pendrake. Actually, I just did my first video on the Patreon page, talking about how you can make things like this in Eldritch Foundry. So yeah, that was super fun. Actually, I've made two more types of Wapelius Spellbrush figures there. Because again, we had the first one, this Artisan Guild made this one, and then Lazy Squire Games made this one here, and we've painted this thing a bazillion times. We even made a giant bust out of it. So here's another one of the iterations right there. So again, much larger. Now the Eldritch Foundry stuff, it is not going to be super realistic. So it's not Archvillain or Lost Kingdoms or something like that. It is going to be much more stylized, pretty much. In some ways, it kind of is a lot like, say, Titan Forge, but maybe even a little more stylized. But I mean, Printing Goes Ever On is stylized. There's, we've had stylized stuff from other sculptors as well. But we've only been barely scratching the surface with it, right? Recoil, and again, it can do a lot of really nifty things. And I do believe they keep adding to it all the time. Now, I'm pretty sure my next video, what I was going to do is try and create a bust with it. And that would really show off the facial controls. Because in a miniature, it's really hard to see unless you're really zoomed in. Well, geez, if we're doing a bust or something like that. And then, of course, we can paint the bust. And eventually, I'm hoping that I can create, for lack of a better term, an army that would be used in the army painting series. And again, that's all part of the Patreon page. For the patrons there, I'm going to eventually have probably either a Dropbox link, Google Drive, something like that, and that's where people will be able to have access to some of the stuff that I create. So if it's an STL file, okay, say of a bust, then I'll be able to get you that STL file, and you can paint that bust along with. That's something I've been wanting to do for years. Oh, that sounds fantastic, Recoil. I'm kind of starving here. Camda, the nice thing is with the Eldritch Foundry, right? You could have different sizes. Oh, and you can have cavalry, Camda. Yes, there are. Now, I don't know what the options are for cavalry, because I only saw the one horse, but there is cavalry. And I think you'd have to have at least At least some cavalry figs, right, Camda? For that army. There's no way the cavalry channel would not have cavalry. Well, it's the Omni channel, right, Rico? And again, we'll be making stickers of Rico's fabulous Omni channel graphic there. So yeah, now what are we? Are we 4.5? Oh yeah, we're 4 hours 35 minutes in. And you can see now our blood effects kind of settled down in there. They've also settled down over here. They have that little bit of translucency. They also have the shiny. And if you remember from our Trench Crusade stuff, when that dried and that was real solid. Uh, Ironically enough, Cam, that you can't. I believe you can create like a satyr type of figure. I don't know if it's a straight up centaur, but you can create at least a satyr type figure. I know that because I saw it. And again, well, if you've seen the tutorial video that I made, that had we were trying a few different faces and stuff on our Wapelius Spellbrush. Let me see, that's sort of, well, I don't even know if that's really actually viable. Floral orange right there. Oh, it's sitting right next to the white. Okay. Let me just get me some thinner down into this. Like you do here. That's a lot of paint on there. Just trying to get a little something there that's not too much. Maybe that is it. Yes, for some glowing eyes there on our guy right here. So, okay, that's Hero Forge. We'll see if Thingiverse has a Centaur option. Again, no idea. We're going to find out a lot of stuff, right, Camda, about the what Foundry, Eldritch Foundry can do. Some of our white slash gray in there. Where's my... Oh, wait, there's still some of our fast matte white out here, though now it's got a little bit of yellow going in there, too. No problem, Cam. What's funny is that Hero Forge, I always thought that they were just folks that kind of, they would sculpt a figure for you if you gave them some, like a picture or something like that. I didn't know that they had something like Eldritch Foundry also to it. I know Zach Recoil was saying that he uses something for their, I forget what the heck it's called. But I've learned so many other generation things. We'll just stick with one at a time as far as development miniatures. And again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. Camda also does the oil painting, so give Camda Paints a follow. I guess I can go a little lighter there. Okay, keep in mind there's going to be a bunch of snow here. So this is not going to be red versus this kind of darker thing. It's going to have all kinds of snow. Well, it's going to be more like this here, I guess you could say. See, we're gonna be using the fabulous crushed glass snow from Armored Wolf Productions. That's what we're gonna be using there. We're gonna make some icicles. Yeah, some fabulous icicles. So well, Camda, much like our conversation earlier, you just got to apply yourself, right? Because you said apply right there. You just got to apply yourself. That's all, right? That's all it takes. You just got to apply yourself. Figured it was safe since Arid's not here to actually say that, and it wouldn't get Arid too upset there. No, 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 no. Let's back off that, and let's maybe grab some of this. And then a little there, maybe some of the, oops, not that much orange. That might just work there, maybe a little something on that muscle over there. Well, fine, we'll do it. We'll do it. I mean, that's reasonably light there anyway, so it might still work. Yeah, we can't have this be darker than this be lighter than that. That doesn't make any sense right there. We gotta make that make more sense. Camden, I'm trying to think of there was a couple of figures. Oh, yeah, there was the dreaded, what is that, the Storm Eagle, whatever the heck the Forge World thing was. That was insane. But there's been definitely a few figures, Camden, actually. Oh, there was the Karakalila bust. That's it. Yeah, I think I still have the indentations in my hand from the Karakalila bust. Yeah, the joke was there. That was my longbow training. Because that bust weighed about 27 pounds or something like that. It was solid resin. Basically the size of a human head. More like that. More the lighter. There we go. Something along those lines here. Let's see a little bit something lighter there. Maybe something there. All right. Let's hit that too. Actually, you know what I gotta do, Rico? I never did search for a Grand. Now I know that Conquest Creations sort of made like a little teensy one, but I don't know if anybody's actually sculpted Grand. I mean, I did one myself. I'm not so sure I want to be sculpting another. It would be really hilarious to do that, and then include that in one of the Army Showcase vids. At least I have the Great Beast of Golgoroth. I have like 3 different versions of the Great Beast of Golgoroth STO files. But I don't have a Grand. Touch more. Here's some light on the browns there. I always keep forgetting Recoil to hunt on, say, Thingiverse or on Cults 3D. I just kind of always gravitate towards my mini factory. Let me see what we looking. Okay, there we go. Bring it a little bit more. I'm gonna let right there on his back of his foot. A little more right here. Yeah, glad I did that. Now for sure. I don't think we're gonna put any of the markings back here. We need some places where the eye can just kind of chill. Just go for a little chill there. Now let me get some of this Van Dyke brown on these spears here. Now something a little lighter, maybe our green. There, maybe a little more. There, okay. Yeah, these kind of things take so much less time now with the oil paints, and they're just something you don't really want to have to be wasting a whole bunch of time on. 15-20 minutes, like, okay, I want to be able to paint this spear shaft. Camda, that's I think if he wants to have a whole bunch of crows with him, that's their little landing pad. So it's kind of like a crow aircraft carrier or something like that. The problem is the back here probably gets a little bit dirty from all of the crows that maybe, shall we say, leave a souvenir behind. So this guy has the anti-Guajir defense system there, Camda. What is that? The AGDS. You have the anti-Guajir defense system. Now, it's very appropriate to say an WarCrow carrier, Camden, because this is WarCrow after all, and it's Corvus Belli. And there's almost a part of me, Camden, that thinks that we should well, I don't think they would like it very much if I was to add a whole bunch of Creebane to those, to the, yeah, I don't know if they like that too much. I don't think so. They might not quite get the humor, right, Camden? Where's my... Okay, here we go. Let's get rid of some. There's a whole bunch of paint on there. I just need a teensy bit here. Ah, there we go. There, a little bit more, maybe a little teensy later. I don't know. Let me see what happens here. Well, that might not be light enough. Also, it's a big old glob of paint. See what happens. There, no. Okay, that did work. That is what we needed there. Camda, that's a little bit like when people say Panzer tanks, right? That would be tank. When they say something, I've heard that, and they're on documentaries too, Camda. That's what's kind of unfortunate. It's like, okay, this you could at least not mess up something quite that basic, but they still do. Many times in a docu, I'll hear something like a Panzer tank. It's like, oh well, there you go. There's a tank again. So see you later. Oh geez, Armored Wolf. Were you going to be taking some work along with that there, Armored Wolf, so that you can get some stuff done there? But see you later there, Rick. See you later there, Menlor. Have a good one. Was there 1 year, Armored Wolf, where you actually were just kind of able to take some stuff and just kind of hang off off to the side there and get some work done? I'm just going to take some of that and now we'll bring that into this. And that will go over here, maybe, yeah. Well, now that's, well, it's almost 5 hours in. And it is almost 4 a.m. here. I think we might be hitting because we wanna make sure we can set up for our next one, right? Because we have another one of these to do. Yeah. Well, that's I mean, tracing out the dice bag. That's all of that stuff. Every single stage has to be done, no matter how teensy tiny it might seem. It all takes time, so hopefully you can get some of that done. Let's also thank Armored Wolf for taking the time away from all the other stuff to do the moderations here. We also want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We appreciate that. So thanks again, everybody. I think we can head over to Spoon Handle's way, right? Let me just do a little double check here just to make sure. Now again, we will paint the other one, and we'll just kind of hit it the same way we did this guy right here. So he's all set and ready to go. So we'll do him just like this one here. We can still maybe do some blood stuff on him there, and maybe some blood stuff on that sword right there. So see you later, Endor, and see you later, Camda. Thank you so much. Let's get our raid countdown maybe underway here. Well, actually, I think Spark Minis is, let's see, no, not that, where is, okay, there's Spoon Handle. I think it might just be Camda. I think that's, I don't know, it looks more like, yeah, it might just, it's like a modified one, Camda. So there's our raid countdown underway. So again, a little less than 5 hours. Looky here, again, that started out just as the Dark Brown Primer. And there is our Orky right there with his Warg mount. So thank you very much, everyone, and I will see you later today. See you later there, Recoil.